Chapter 87. 40,000. The ferocious-looking warrior directly added 5,000 gold. It was obvious that he was determined to get this Qin Yuan palm manual. Damn it, I only have 38,000 gold. I still need 2,000 gold. Whoever wants to lend me, I will pay you back double in the future. Someone tried to borrow money from the warrior next to him. We don't care about 2,000 gold, but what if we run into some good stuff and don't have enough gold? So sorry we can't do that. You are right, the small auction only happens once every half a year. If we miss this one, we will have to wait for another half a year. How can we borrow money? At this moment, no warrior wanted to borrow money. After all, they only had around 50,000 gold. If they were short of 1,000 gold, they would lose a lot of confidence. It was not wise to lend money to others. In the end, the Qin Yuan palm manual fell into the hands of the ferocious-looking warrior for 40,000 gold. The second item, 3 groups of low-rank soul stones, 100 in each group. They will be auctioned separately. The starting price for each group is 20,000 gold, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. Start. The elder in yellow robes lifted the silk cloth and announced loudly as the gold-inlaid wooden plate was placed on the stage. What? Low-rank soul stones? I haven't used low-rank soul stones for a long time. This time, I have to get a set. With low-rank soul stones, I might be able to reach the late condensing reality realm in a short time. It is priceless. 100 low-rank soul stones are enough for me to use for more than a year. Off the stage, all the warriors who didn't belong to any martial schools went crazy. They all breathed heavily. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at the low-rank soul stones on the stage. They just wanted to go up there and snatch them away. 22,000 gold, 25,000 gold, 28,000 gold, 30,000 gold. The price of the first group of low-rank soul stones rose sharply. The elder in yellow robes stood on the stage with a smile on his face. The higher the price of the item, the more stable his position would be, and the higher his salary would be. Soon, the first group of low-rank soul stones was bought by an extremely ugly warrior for 35,000 gold. The bidding for the second group of low-rank soul stones began. Perhaps it was because there was one less group, but some of the cultivators who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't help but join in the bidding. This caused the price of the second group of low-grade spirit stones to quickly surpass the first group. It reached 38,000 gold taels and was won by a middle-aged cultivator. When it was the third group's turn, the scene was completely heated up. Those cultivators who didn't manage to get the low-grade spirit stones earlier desperately put in all their belongings, vowing to win the last group of low-grade spirit stones. In the private room, Yichen was also shocked. He thought that a low-rank soul stone would be worth 250 gold, but he never thought that it would be worth nearly 400 gold. Didn't that mean that the 10,000 low-rank soul stones in his storage ring were worth 4 million gold? 40,000 gold going once, 40,000 gold going twice, 40,000 gold going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this martial artist. The elder in yellow let out a sigh of relief after the third group of low-rank soul stones had been sold. It seemed that low-rank soul stones were in high demand. Unfortunately, the lowest price of the auction in the Northwest Auction House was 20,000 gold. Otherwise, they could be separated into groups of 10. In this way, those warriors who didn't have enough wealth would definitely try their best to fight for them, even if it was 500 gold per piece. After all 3 groups of low-rank soul stones had been delivered to the buyers, the elder in yellow cleared his throat and said with a loud voice, "Next is the third item, the ancient half of a sword." Shoo! The silk cloth was lifted up, revealing the upper half of the sword in front of everyone. Perhaps it was because it was too old and broken. The sword still looked dim under the crystal light. Damn! What the hell is this? What is this thing? Half of a sword, even if it was originally a mid-rank treasure, it would not be valuable anymore. Who would want to bid for it? Look, maybe there is something hidden in it. No one could tell what was going on. Their eyes landed on the elder in yellow, wanting to hear his explanation. The elder in yellow was prepared for this. He reached out his hand and picked up the sword and said, "According to the appraisal experts of our auction house, this half of the sword is 500 years old. In other words, this is an antique with 500 years of history. In addition, 500 years ago, it might have been a top-ranked great sword, but for some unknown reason, it was broken by someone and lost its spirit. A 500 years old antique, a top-rank great sword. What a pity! If it was still in good condition, some of the people from the Windy Nation and even the South River region would definitely come to fight for it. A broken top-rank great sword with no spirit. Why would they want to buy it? Maybe some antique collectors would go and bid for it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Yeah, let's just watch from the sidelines. Let's see what this broken thing is like." Hearing the comments from the audience, the elder in yellow smiled bitterly. This half of the sword indeed did not have any practical use. It only had 500 years of history left. Hopefully, it could be sold for a good price. Of course, there was nothing that could be done if it could not be sold. The previous 2 rounds of publicity had already been done. Whether it lived or died would depend on the next round. Is this the other half of the broken sword? In the private room, Yi Chen's eyes shone with a bright light. He stared at the half of the sword on the stone auction stage without blinking. This half of the sword was also dull. Its width was the same as the broken sword that he had bought at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Even the crack was almost the same. Only the middle part was missing. If he was not mistaken, the 2 parts were originally one, but they were separated due to various reasons. Now, the bidding begins. The starting price is 20,000 gold. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold. The elder in yellow looked around and took a deep breath before saying loudly. There was a moment of silence. "I bid 21,000 gold. The one who spoke was an elder in his 70s. He had a gray beard and was wearing an old-fashioned black robe. Someone recognized the elder's identity. He was one of the few antique collectors in the Forgotten City. He loved to buy strange things and put them in his house for his own appreciation. He would not allow others to see them even if they wanted to. Even his own family members were no exception. He was known as an old-fashioned old man. In the private room, Yichen did not rush to bid. He had to keep his composure. Otherwise, it would easily arouse others' suspicions if he attacked fiercely. There was silence in the hall. No one made a bid. The elder in yellow knew that it was time to liven up the atmosphere. 21,000 gold. Who wants to bid a higher price? Don't forget, this half of the sword could be a fragment of a high-grade sword. Even if it has lost its spirituality, we might still be able to find something useful in it. Moreover, it has 500 years of history. It's really a long history." The hall was still silent. At this moment, Yi Chen raised the plate in his hand. 22,000 gold. Good. Someone has increased the price. Good eyes. Who else wants to bid? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The elder in yellow said, excitedly. 30,000 gold. This time, it was not the elder collector who bid. It was Ouyang Ming, who was in the 3rd private room next door. Tang Manlu asked doubtfully, "Brother Ouyang, is this half of the sword very important?" Ouyang Ming said calmly, "It's nothing. It's good to buy it for my collection. After all, this small amount of money is nothing." Chapter 88. 30,000 taels of gold. Someone is raising the price again. What are you waiting for? The yellow-clothed Old Man's voice was even louder. The price of 30,000 taels of gold had already reached his estimation. Even if no one continued to raise the price, he was already satisfied. The old collector raised his board. 31,000 taels. 32,000 taels. Yi Chen also raised the price. Ouyang Ming disdainfully smiled. 40,000 taels. I won't raise the price. Although this thing is to my liking, it is not worth this price. It is better to buy other antiques. The old collector gave up on raising the price. You should have given up a long time ago. Isn't it just half a sword? Why spend tens of thousands of taels of gold? The warrior beside him laughed. What do you know? As long as it is an antique, there is a research value. Okay, I don't know, but you do. In the private room, Yi Chen frowned and raised the price to 41,000 taels. Wu Zongming was confused. Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? There are still many treasures after this. There is no need to waste money on this broken thing. Do you really think you can find something from it? Without its spirituality, this half of the sword is about the same value as a normal treasure sword. Yi Chen said, since we are here to participate in the auction, we have to buy something back. Hee, I can't do anything to you. Wu Zongming shook his head. 50,000 taels. Ouyang Ming raised his board. This amount of gold was nothing to him. He had been an inner disciple for many years and had completed hundreds of missions. His accumulated wealth had reached a terrifying level. Even some of the middle-class families might not be as rich as him. A mere 50,000 taels of gold was nothing to him. The yellow-clothed old man's heart almost jumped out of his chest. This was too inconceivable. The half of the sword that he thought no one was interested in was actually sold for 50,000 taels of gold. It was far beyond his estimation. Moreover, it seemed that the other side did not plan to give up. Below the stage, everyone also felt that it was very strange, but they were not very surprised. Every time there was an auction, there would always be some dark horse. Some worthless things would be auctioned for a very high price, while some valuable treasures could not be sold. Another two rich people who have nowhere to go, someone said enviously. 80% of them are sect disciples. These people are really rich. Sigh, it's a pity that we're not talented enough. Otherwise, we would have entered the sect long ago. Now, we could at least become outer sect elders. How impressive. That's enough. They're raising the price again. 55,000 taels. Yi Chen added another 5,000 taels. 60,000. 65,000. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. Yi Chen's expression was very ugly. He had originally thought that no one would bid for the half-sword until now. Who would have thought that things would go against his wishes? Instead, the price had risen all the way to 90,000. He really didn't know if that person was deliberately trying to join in on the fun, or if he really wanted to buy it. Raising his sign, Yi Chen bid 100,000 taels. Suck! Everyone on the scene gasped. 100,000 taels of gold was not a small amount. Many mid-condensing reality realm warriors would not be able to earn this amount even after 10 years of hard work. After all, warriors spent a lot of money, and they would never try to save money when it came to buying pellets. Although 100,000 taels of gold is not a big deal, there is no need for me to continue bidding. It's not like I have much use for it anyway. I'll just keep it as a collection. Plus, I've tricked that person. I think that person would feel bad about it. Ouyang Ming sat on the demonic beast leather chair with a faint smile on his face as he teased. A disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School said flatteringly, if we knew who that person was, we would definitely ask him to treat us. Brother, Ouyang has already given him a lot of face. Yeah, when the auction is over, let's go and see who that person is. Ouyang Ming said, you guys, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I don't want him to treat us. Just ask him to lend me the half-sword for a few days." Hearing Ouyang Ming, Li Ling bitterly smiled. She thought to herself, that person better not go against second brother. Otherwise, he will suffer a lot. In the whole Windy Nation, there were not many people who could go against second brother. 100,000 taels going once, 100,000 taels going twice, 100,000 taels going thrice, sold. Congratulations to the VIP in room number 7. This half-sword will be delivered to you immediately. The elder in yellow was so happy that he looked like he had just picked up 100,000 taels of gold. Soon, the pretty girl walked in with the half-sword in her hands. TSK. Even this piece of junk is worth 100,000 taels of gold. Wu Zongming only took a glance at it, then lost interest. Yi Chun handed the pretty girl 10 gold notes worth 10,000 taels of gold each, then took the half-sword from her and threw it into his storage ring. Yi Chun scanned the sword with his soul power. He thought to himself, these two are indeed one, but there is still a small part missing. I wonder if I can gather them all. Yi Chun could vaguely hear a loud laughter coming out of the half-sword. It was so ancient that it left a deep impression on him. He knew that there must be something special about it. Otherwise, he would not have spent 100,000 taels of gold to buy it. The fourth item is 3 Zhenzhen pellets. I think everyone knows what they can do. That's right, they can increase a condensing reality realm warrior's cultivation by 50%, and the side effects are very small. Besides that, you can take this pellet 3 times in a row. The first time is 50% chance, the second time is 30% chance, and the third time is 10% chance. Whoever can buy 3 of these pellets will definitely be able to increase his or her cultivation by 1 level, unless he or she is very unlucky. After the previous surprise, the real hot item officially appeared on the stage. It was the Zhenzhen pellet that Wu Zongming had been dreaming of. There were 3 of them in total, and each of them was priceless, especially for those warriors with low talent. The 3 pellets will be auctioned separately. The starting price will be 30,000 taels of gold, and each bid must be at least 2,000 taels of gold. Wu Zongming could not wait any longer. He raised his sign and said, 50,000 taels of gold. Buzz. Everyone in the auction house was confused by this price. Who is this guy? Why did he bid such a high price at the beginning? Is he trying to kill us all? Some of the warriors who were not rich enough were gritting their teeth, but they could not do anything about it. They were not as rich as him. Otherwise, they could have just bid 1,000,000 taels of gold and see who would dare to compete. 55,000 taels. After a moment of silence, someone started to bid. Wu Zongming grinned. 70,000 taels, 80,000 taels. A martial disciple started to bid. 100,000 taels. Wu Zongming continued to bid. 120,000 taels. 150,000 taels. In the end, the first Zhenzhen pellet fell into Wu Zongming's hands, which shocked everyone. Martial disciples were indeed martial disciples. They were all extremely rich. The starting price of the pellet was 30,000 taels of gold, but it was raised to 150,000 taels of gold, which made them feel completely hopeless. The second pellet was not as popular. It was bought by someone who looked like a martial disciple for 130,000 taels of gold. The third pellet was raised again. It reached 160,000 taels of gold. It was also bought by a martial disciple. The elder in yellow was very satisfied with this result. He cleared his throat and said, next up is the most important item, a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill manual. What? A low-rank Earth Realm martial skill? Are you kidding me? Including the guests in the private room, everyone was shocked. Chapter 89. Don't be surprised. The 5th item is indeed a low-rank Earth Realm martial skill manual. The seller is a clasping yuan realm martial artist who is quite famous in the northern part of the Windy Nation. But of course, we can't reveal his name, as it violates the rules of the auction house. Let's cut to the chase. This low-rank Earth Realm martial skill is a leg martial skill called the Killing Tyrant Kick. If you master this martial skill, you will be able to stop the flow of a river with a single kick. And if you master this martial skill, you will be able to shatter a 100-meter-tall mountain with a single kick. It is said that when you master this martial skill, the air will no longer be an obstacle, and your speed will reach an unimaginable level. You will be able to cover 100 meters with a single step. The old man in yellow didn't want to keep people in suspense. He explained everything in one breath. Boom! The auction house was boiling. The VIP guests in the private rooms who had been indifferent all this time started to breathe faster, stopping the flow of a river, shattering a mountain, covering 100 meters with a single step. It was already very rare to have one of these three skills, let alone combining them into one. A low-rank Earth Realm martial skill was indeed incomparable to a top-rank Mortal Realm martial skill. It had reached a whole new level. Yichen didn't care too much about the first two skills, because the Tyrant Fist could also do the same. But the third one was even more shocking. Covering 100 meters with a single step was much more terrifying than leaping 100 meters. After all, leaping would take at least a few steps, not to mention the fact that the Killing Tyrant Kick was not only about speed. This leg martial skill manual is mine. Inside the private room, Ouyang Ming made up his mind. Although he already had a low-rank martial skill manual, it was only a martial skill manual. Both the leg and blade arts were top-rank Mortal Realm martial skills, and of course, they were the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 gold. Each bid must be at least 10,000 gold. Start bidding. 120,000 gold. 130,000 gold. 150,000. 180,000. The price of the martial skill kept rising. All the martial artists who didn't belong to any martial institution were stunned. Ouyang Ming sneered. He raised the wooden sign and shouted, 250,000 gold. Who is in that private room? He just increased the price by 70,000 gold. He is so rich. A martial artist curiously asked. I saw Ouyang Ming from the Purple Sun Martial School enter that private room. Before, it should be him. No wonder, among the young generation of the Windy Nation, only a few people could surpass Ouyang Ming in terms of wealth, such as young Master Emerald, young Master Duanmu, and young Master North Snow. In this auction, there are also disciples who are as famous as Ouyang Ming. For example, North Snow Fastblade, Lynch, is also here. Lynch, it's said that he has the potential to surpass Child North Snow and become the #1 disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy. It's impossible for now, but who knows in the future? Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, another bid sounded out. 300,000 taels. The voice was slightly deep, and it came from the second private room. Ouyang Ming remained calm. 350,000 taels. 400,000. 450,000 taels. That person quickly followed. 500,000 taels. To be honest, even Yi Chen was startled by this price. He thought to himself, the voice of the person who followed the bid is very deep. It should be a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man with 500,000 taels of gold. He must be a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. After all, apart from the top martial artists of the Windy Nation, very few condensing reality realm martial artists would be able to bid 500,000 taels of gold. The other person was the young man who was competing with him for half of the sword. He was most likely a core disciple of some big martial institution, and Yichen was sure that he had heard of his name before. It was just that he couldn't recognize his voice. 600,000 taels. Ouyang Ming raised his voice. 700,000 taels. 800,000 taels. 900,000 taels. That person didn't even budge an inch. Hee. Ouyang Ming laughed. His face had a trace of ferociousness, which made Tang Manlu and Li Ling's hair stand on end. They knew that Ouyang Ming was angry, but that middle-aged man was obviously not a kind person. He was most likely a clasping yuan realm martial artist, unless the elders of the Purple Sun Martial School came. They wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Ming roared, 1,200,000 taels. Standing next to Yi Chun, Wu Songming said with jealousy, "This martial institution's disciple is so rich, although I haven't heard his voice, but it's very likely that he is one of the 3 big steps of the younger generation in the Windy Nation. Compared to him, we are so poor, so poor. Do more missions and save up for a few years, you will also have the same amount of money. A few years later, he will have even more money. Never mind, the most important thing is to improve our cultivation. The money will come sooner or later." Yi Chun didn't say anything. He started to think the more money he had, the better. In the future, when there was a large-scale auction, he was afraid that even 1 or 2 million taels of gold would not be enough. He seemed to have more than 10,000 low-rank soul stones, but if he really had to exchange them for gold, he would feel a bit sad. 1,300,000 taels. The price continued to rise. Ouyang Ming gritted his teeth and said, 1,500,000 taels. 1,600,000 taels. That middle-aged man's tone was the same. There was no change in his tone. Damn it! Ouyang Ming smashed the rosewood table with his palm. His eyes were bloodshot. If it weren't for the fact that he still had to compete for that great blade, he wouldn't be so angry. Now that he had used so much gold, how could he compete with Lynch? After all, Lynch's wealth was not much less than his. 1,800,000 taels. Ouyang Ming decided to fight again. He hoped that Lynch would back off. Otherwise, when he reached the clasping yuan realm in the future, he would definitely kill this person. A calm voice came, 2 million taels. If I don't kill this person, Ouyang Ming, will not be satisfied. Veins popped out on his forehead. Ouyang Ming squeezed out a beast-like roar from his throat. The old man in yellow didn't care about this. He only cared about the price. According to the real value of this martial skill book, it was only about 500,000 taels. It was definitely not more than 100,000 taels. Now that the price had doubled, it was 2 million taels of gold. How could he not be happy? 2 million taels going once, 2 million taels going twice, sold. After the climax, the next part was a bit low-key. The style of the Northwest auction house was different from other places. Normally, it was divided into 3 rounds. The first round was used to liven up the atmosphere and arouse people's emotions. The second round's items were not as valuable as the first round's items, but there were a lot more of them. There were dozens of items, and each of them had different values. The lowest one was no more than 20,000 taels of gold, while the highest one was more than 100,000 taels of gold. All in all, those martial artists who didn't belong to any martial institution were waiting for this moment. They were all bidding in full swing, competing for the items that they wanted. The third round had begun. Different from the previous 2 rounds, the third round's items were all treasures. The starting price was more than 50,000 taels of gold. Some of them were even more valuable than the martial skill book. The 68th item, the low-rank Great Blade, the space-splitting blade. The real climax was about to begin. In the private room, Lin Chi opened his eyes that had been closed all this time. His sharp gaze seemed to have materialized, flashing randomly in the void like streaks of illusory blade light that could steal one's soul. Chapter 90. The elder reached out his hand and picked up the sheathed great saber from the wooden plate, then slowly pulled it out. All of a sudden, a beam of silver light flashed, and the saber chi shot up into the sky, seeming like it could cut people's souls. The huge auction stage was filled with coldness. Good saber. This saber is not just a low-rank great saber anymore. It is close to a mid-rank great saber. Inside the private room, an elder in gray robes said with greed in his eyes, Yichen thought of something. The air-shattering saber in the elder's hand did not seem to be as powerful as the tiger head saber he got from the underground world. It had the same saber chi and sharp edge. If he needed money in the future, he could sell it to the auction house. The air-shattering saber, the saber of the blade marquis 100 years ago. It is 4 feet and 2 inches long, and its widest part is 2 and 3 inches. The back of the saber is ½ an inch thick, and the handle is 7 inches long. It can generate saber chi and increase the power of the user. The starting price is 300,000 silvers, and each increment must be no less than 50,000 silvers. You can start now. Putting the great saber back into the sheath, the elder in yellow put the air-shattering saber back on the wooden plate, then looked around. Seeing that everyone was staring at the air-shattering saber, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. 1,000,000 silvers. In the 6th private room, Lynch raised his wooden plate. 1,500,000 silvers. The elder in gray robes followed. Yang Ming was a bit surprised by the bidder, but of course, he would not give up on the air-shattering saber. He yelled, 2,000,000 silvers. Did I hear it right? It has only been 3 bids, and it has already reached 2,000,000 gold. North Snow Quickblade Lynch and Little Godly Leg Yang Ming both made their bids. I wonder who the other elder is. I know. That elder is called Blade Old Man. He is at the early Clasping Yuan realm, and he is quite famous in the martial world. I wonder how many people he has killed with his saber art. Blade Old Man, I remember now. Quick Blade Wu Wanshan used to be his teacher, but for some reason they parted ways. I did not expect to see him here. Wu Wanshan is probably as powerful as Blade Old Man now, but North Snow Quickblade Lynch is even more powerful. He beat Wu Wanshan with only 10 attacks. Don't underestimate Blade Old Man. Haven't you heard that the older ginger is the spicier? This person has been active for decades, so he must have countless trump cards. Lynch's expression remained the same. 3,000,000. Little brat, you have quite a lot of wealth. I'll let you show off for a while, but when we get out of Forgotten City, the air-splitting blade will be mine. The gray-robed old man, Dao So, was reluctant to spend so much gold to bid for the Skysplitter saber. He felt that it was a waste. It would be better to wait for someone else to bid for it, then secretly follow them and kill them to get the treasure. In any case, it was not the first time he had done something like this. With one less competitor, Yang Ming felt much more relaxed. Just like Lynch, he increased the price by 1,000,000 taels, reaching a sky-high price of 4,000,000 taels. 5,000,000. Without even thinking about it, Lynch continued to raise the price, as if the gold he had on him was just a broken stone that wouldn't hurt him no matter how much he threw out. 5,500,000 taels. Yang Ming felt that he had underestimated Lynch. 5,000,000 taels was the highest price he could offer, of which 30% was borrowed from Rushing Thunder Hand. Yang Lai, 5,500,000 taels. Lynch had also reached his limit. He only added 50,000 taels of gold. Turning his head, Yang Ming said to the people around him, "Lend me all the gold you have. I'll pay you back 4 times in the future." Li Ling said, "I still have 20,000 taels left from the 2 items I bought earlier. I still have 20,000 taels left. 35,000 taels." After pooling everything, Yang Ming managed to come up with an extra 100,000 taels of gold. He invested all of it and shouted, 5,650,000 taels. Lynch frowned. Then he remembered that before he left, Junior Sister May gave him a small bag and asked him to open it at a critical moment. Taking out the bag and opening it, Lynch showed a rare smile. Although he looked ordinary, his smile was like that of a child, pure and flawless. 5,000,000 700,000 taels. Lynch raised the price again. Hearing that, Ouyang Ming was stunned. Impossible. How can he still have the energy? Tang Manlu and Li Ling looked at each other. They felt that Lynch's price was just like his knife skill, unpredictable and unexpected. In the end, the air-splitting blade fell into Lynch's hand. 5,700,000 taels. This is too much. How can we live? Look, Lynch came out. It seems like he is going to leave. I heard that he came here for the air-splitting blade. It's normal for him to leave. It would be a waste of time if he stayed. Hey, Dao So is following him. Is he going to kill him for the treasure? It's possible, but is he not afraid of the North Snow Martial Academy's revenge? It seems like you don't know Dao so well. He is always reckless, and his whereabouts are uncertain. Maybe he will escape to another country after killing Lynch, and the North Snow Martial Academy might not be able to find him. Some people noticed what happened. They started to discuss with each other in low voices. Lynch's departure did not cause too much of a commotion. The auction continued. The 79th item was a low-rank Earth Realm martial art manual, but it was an auxiliary one. It was called the Limitless Universe Art. It could stabilize Shen Qi and suppress Shen Qi. It sounded normal, but a lot of powerful martial artists did not think so. When a martial artist made a breakthrough, their Shen Qi would be unstable and their cultivation would be unstable. But if a martial artist trained the Limitless Universe Art, this would not be a problem. Besides, when fighting with other martial artists, it could also suppress the scattered Shen Qi and increase the endurance of the battle, which could be fatal for martial artists with similar cultivation. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, the Limitless Universe Art was more valuable than the Sky-Killing Kick Art, since the latter was a martial skill and the True Spirit Continent did not lack martial skills. However, the Limitless Universe Art was an auxiliary martial art. It was very rare, and even big martial institutions would not have it. Its starting price was 200,000 taels, which was twice the price of the Sky-Killing Kick Art. 500,000 taels. The Clasping Yuan realm martial artist who had bought the Sky-Killing Kick Art made his bid again. Ouyang Ming sneered. I can't get the air-shattering blade anymore, so I am not afraid of you. But the air-shattering blade will be mine sooner or later. That elder in gray is obviously a Clasping Yuan realm martial artist. I am afraid he is up to no good by following Lynch. As long as he kills Lynch, I will have plenty of ways to get the air-shattering blade from him. Ouyang Ming calmed himself down, raised his plate. 3 million. The whole place was silent. The Clasping Yuan realm martial artist did not say anything. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Ouyang Ming smiled. 4 million. A clear female voice was heard. It was calm. It is Su Jing. Yichen blurted out. Wu Zongming was shocked. Are you sure it is Senior Sister Su Jing? Yichen nodded. I have met Senior Sister Su Jing before. I have talked to her for a while. Senior Sister Su Jing is currently ranked 8th among the core disciples. I heard that she is way more powerful than that. I wonder if it is true. Should be. When he accidentally saw Su Jing training, Yichen thought he had seen her power. He thought she only had 3,000 to 4,000 pounds of strength, but she was quite powerful. But now he did not think so. As his cultivation level increased, he recalled that scene. He was sure that she did not use all of her power. She had only used 30% of it at most. It was the power that was stored inside her body. Chapter 91. Su Jing's unexpected appearance made Ouyang Ming's face turn green. It seemed like he did not check the almanac when he left the house today. Not only did he not get the air-killing kick manual, he did not get the air-splitting blade. And now, he even lost the Limitless Heaven and Earth Art. I don't believe that I can't get the Limitless Heaven and Earth Art. Ouyang Ming shouted in his heart and increased the bid to 5 million. Su Jing's voice was flat as she said to her 3 junior sisters in the same private room, Lend me all your money. Senior sister, I'll lend it to you. You can't let Ouyang Ming get the limitless heaven and earth art. The female disciples from the Sky Cloud Martial School were all very beautiful. They each took out a stack of gold notes and gave them to Su Jing. After counting the gold notes, Su Jing raised her head. 6 million. Okay, 6 million. This has broken the record of the previous small auctions. Who else wants to bid? You should know that the limitless heaven and earth art is very rare to see. If you lose this opportunity, it will be very difficult to get it again. The elder in yellow added fuel to the fire on the stage. Unfortunately, no matter how much he talked, no one continued to raise the price. 6 million taels of gold was too high. There were many big clans in Forgotten City, but they did not have the means to transfer so much gold at once. Moreover, the infinite heaven and earth skill was only an auxiliary skill. It could not directly increase one's combat power. Spending 6 million taels of gold to buy it was not worth it. Good steel should be used on the blade. However, Su Jing was different. Although this heaven and earth limitless technique couldn't increase her battle prowess, it would be of great help to her in the future. After breaking through to the next realm, she didn't need to worry about the phenomenon of her true chi being unstable anymore. Imperceptibly, it would shorten the cultivation time needed to advance again. Shaking his head, the elder in yellow knew that 6 million gold was the end of the line. 6 million going once, 6 million going twice. Sold. Congratulations to the lady in room 12. Without him saying anything, someone sent the limitless heaven and earth art to her. What made Tang Manlu and Li Ling feel strange was that the angry Ouyang Ming calmed down. His eyes were deep and cold, but no one knew what he was thinking. There were 3 other treasures left, and all of them were sold at a sky-high price. However, the highest price was only 4,500,000 gold. It could not exceed the price of the air-splitting blade and the limitless heaven and earth art. The auction ended successfully, and everyone left the room. Opening the door, Yichen said, "Let's go." Picking up a grape and throwing it into his mouth, Wu Zongming was in a good mood. He could not wait to go back to the Sky Cloud Martial School and take the Zhenqi pellet. The two walked out of the private room and headed for the exit. "Little brat, so you are a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School." At the entrance, there were 5 young men standing there. Tang Manlu and Li Ling were among them, and the other 3 were new faces. The leading young man was wearing a purple and gold robe. He had long legs and was about 9 meters tall. Yichen asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. My senior brother, Ouyang, wants to invite you to the Fortune Immortal restaurant for a drink. I hope you can give him some face." One of them said, sinisterly, "Sorry, I'm busy." Yichen took 2 steps to the side and was about to leave. That man stopped Yichen. "What? You don't even want to give me face? If senior brother Ouyang did not give you that half of the sword, do you think you could have gotten it?" On the side, Ouyang sneered. He did not want to cause trouble for Yichen. He only wanted to know who the female disciples were. After asking around, he found out that there were 4 of them. 3 of them were wearing the inner disciple uniform of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the last one also had the symbol of the Sky Cloud Martial School on his sleeve. Seeing that Yichen was also from the Sky Cloud Martial School, he immediately came up with a plan. Wu Zongming rolled his eyes and said, "You guys did not get any treasures in the auction because you are not capable enough. What does it have to do with us? Do you think we need you to give it to us?" "Humph, senior brother Ouyang invited you for a drink because he thinks highly of you. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Another Purple Sun Martial School inner disciple said in a deep voice. Yichen thought it was Tang Manlu who was causing trouble, but it seemed like it was not the case. He said indifferently, "Move, don't block the way." Just when the two were about to lose their temper, Yangming said, "Among the young generation of the Windy Nation, many people want to invite me for a drink, but it is very difficult. Today, Yangming, invite people for a drink. Even if you don't want to go, you have no choice." How arrogant! I would like to see how the godly legs Yangming is going to invite us Sky Cloud Martial School disciples for a drink. Behind Yi Chun and Wu Zongming, Su Jing's voice came. "Senior Sister Su." Yi Chun and Wu Zongming nodded. Su Jing walked in the front, followed by 3 Sky Cloud Martial School female disciples. Yangming squinted his eyes. "Late condensing reality realm. No wonder you are so arrogant, but it is still not enough. Your head senior sister Zhu Mei is qualified to talk to me on equal footing. Senior sister Zhu Mei is not here. Only I, Su Jing, am here." Su Jing was not very tall. Yichen estimated that she was about 1.7 meters. She was wearing a white dress and had a beautiful body. Her eyebrows were slightly curved, but her aura was not any weaker than Yangming's. There was a kind of unique aggressiveness hidden in her aura. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to brother Yangming like that?" The entrance of the Northwest Auction House was very wide. It was about 10 meters wide. The inner disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, who had just spoken, did not do anything. He pushed out his palm, and his Zhen Qi formed a huge red ring covering Su Jing's body. "Piss off." Su Jing took a step forward, and the surrounding space seemed to vibrate, giving people the illusion that they could not stand steadily. Her blood and qi were boiling, and soon after, a thick and dazzling golden light gushed out, instantly shattering the giant red ring and causing the opponent to vomit blood. How could she be so powerful? They are both at the late condensing reality realm, but her opponent could not even withstand a single attack. He is not even qualified to be attacked by Sister Su Jing. Wu Zongmin saw that Su Jing took a step forward and broke her opponent's attack, causing him to puke out blood. He was shocked. Yichen was also a bit surprised. Su Jing, who had reached the late condensing reality realm, was even more powerful than he had imagined. The entrance was too eye-catching. The fight between the two attracted a lot of warriors. "Look, it's the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School disciples. They are fighting." Little godly legs. Yangming has failed again and again. How could he let it go? He will definitely find trouble with the owner of the Limitless Universe art. Unfortunately, there is no one among these Sky Cloud Martial School disciples who can control the situation. Not necessarily. That Sky Cloud Martial School female disciple just took a step and blew her opponent away. Yangming did not make a move. Otherwise, it would be hard for her opponent to fight back. Other than the warriors who were attracted by the fight, the people of the Northwest Auction House also noticed the fight. Soon, the elder in yellow pushed through the crowd, walked over, and said, "You guys, the Northwest Auction House does not allow fighting. Please give us some face. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain." Other than being an auctioneer, the elder in yellow was also an early clasping Yuan realm warrior. As he spoke, he sent out a wave of Zhen Qi, forming an invisible Qi wall. Yangming knew that it would be hard to fight here, so he nodded and said with a smile, "Of course not. I just wanted to invite these few people for a drink. Since they are busy, I will not force them. Let's go." After the elder left, Su Jing said to Yi Chun and Wu Zongming, "It is not safe on the road. You guys should come with us." Once the owner left, the others had no reason to stay. Trouble solved, the elder in yellow smiled bitterly. Although martial school disciples were one of the most popular customers of the auction house, they were also the most troublesome ones. Chapter 92. On the Northwest Plain, 6 riders were running at full speed. I can't believe that after a year, You have not only become an inner disciple, but also reached the mid-condensing reality realm. Su Jing, who was riding beside Yi Chun, said casually. Yi Chun said, "How can I compare to you, sister? I think even if Ouyang Ming were to fight you, he would not be able to win. I have no confidence against him. He is, after all, at the peak of the late condensing reality realm. He has more experience than me. Even Sister Zhu Mei said that he has hidden his strength well and has the ambition to challenge the three young masters. Let's not talk about him. Your power should be higher than the mid-condensing reality realm. You are full of qi and blood, full of profound qi. This is a sign of having more than 10,000 pounds of strength." Su Jing could tell that Yi Chun was different at first glance. Yi Chun asked curiously, "How can you tell?" "This is a secret qi and blood circulation technique. It can tell if the opponent's qi and blood is strong or not. Normally, if one has more than 10,000 pounds of profound qi, then one would have more profound qi, and if one has more than 100,000 pounds of profound qi, then one would have more profound qi, which would be like a smoke signal, which would not be able to get close to it. Even without this technique, one could still sense it. There is such a thing? I am indeed ignorant." Yi Chun was shocked. 1,000,000 pounds of strength gathered on a small human body. How terrifying would that be? It would be enough to shatter everything in the world, pull up mountains, and pierce through the earth's crust. Su Jing said, "It is not that you are ignorant, but a lot of people do not know about this. I only read about it from an ancient scroll. It said that 10,000 years ago, there was a martial institution called the Vast Expanse Martial School. Everyone in the school trained their bodies. 10,000 pounds of strength would make you a servant disciple. 30,000 pounds of strength would make you an outer disciple. 50,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple. 80,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple. 200,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner disciple. 300,000 pounds of strength would make you an outer master. And 300,000 pounds of strength would make you an inner master." Wu Zongming and the other female disciples were all fascinated by the story, but they were still doubtful. Is there really someone in this world who could train their strength to more than 500,000 pounds? Where is the Vast Expanse sect? Has it been destroyed? Yi Chun asked. Su Jing nodded. It seems that the heavens did not allow the Vast Expanse School to exist. In a single night, the school was razed to the ground, and someone found a dragon scale in the ruins. It was the size of a wash basin and could cut through iron like mud. It was incomparably sharp. Rumor has it that a divine dragon descended upon the world and destroyed the entire Vast Expanse School. That dragon scale was left behind after the Vast Expanse School's leader and several great elders fought against the divine dragon. Divine dragon, that's ridiculous. That is the legendary existence that surpasses the life and death realm. They are immortal and can roam the Taishu. A female disciple exclaimed. Su Jing narrowed her eyes. The world is so big that it is not something you can understand. Even those life and death realm warriors could not understand it, let alone us. Yi Chun smiled bitterly. With his strength, he was only a servant disciple in the Vast Expanse sect, not even an outer sect disciple. He really had no idea how the people in the Vast Expanse sect cultivated. Half a day passed by, and it was already noon. The few of them had already flown to the center of the Northwest Plains. As far as the eye could see, the sky and the plains formed a line. There was no end to it, and the white clouds were getting bigger and bigger until they reached the sky above their heads. "There are horse hooves." Yi Chen's ears twitched as he heard the sound. Su Jing nodded. "It's earlier than I thought." Wu Zongming felt strange and asked, "Senior sister, you know that someone is looking for trouble with us. Ouyang Ming is inextricably linked to the bandits in the Northwest Plains. He often makes use of them to besiege and kill disciples from the sects that oppose him. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. I just don't know which group of bandits came. Damn it, they are actually colluding with the horse bandits of the Northwest Plains. The 3 female disciples were furious. Su Jing looked at the large black dots that were gathering from all directions and said, "What's so strange about it? Everyone has their own way of doing things. Some are cunning and despicable, some are righteous, and some are cruel. There are too many of them. But as long as they have a clear mind and don't have any inner demons, anyone can cultivate to a very high level, and it has nothing to do with their character." What a brilliant idea! Yichen thought. Da-da-da-da-da. The continuous horse hooves gradually became louder, and everyone could already see the clothes and faces of the horse bandits in front of them. I said, "Kill them, then you guys break out of here, and I will cover you," Su Jing said with a decisive tone. "Senior sister, cut the crap. There are clasping Yuan, realm martial artists among them. We can't fight them." The horses were very fast, and within a few blinks of an eye, they had already arrived in front of everyone. There were more than 50 horse bandits, and 7 or 8 of them had strong Jin Qi vibrations. Obviously, they were late condensing reality realm martial artists. The leader had a face full of stubble, and his Jin Qi was condensed into a single point, which was extremely pure. He was definitely a clasping Yuan realm martial artist. When the horse bandits were only 30 steps away from them, Su Jing yelled, "Break through, kill them!" Shoo! As she yelled, Su Jing's body turned into a golden light. Ignoring the distance of 30 steps, she punched 2 late condensing reality realm martial artists in the chest. Yi Chen's speed was not slow at all. He pushed his crane shadow steps to its limit, and his whole body had already disappeared into the air. After that, a late condensing reality realm horse bandit's head exploded, turning into a blood mist. Wu Zongming and the 3 female disciples knew that they were not as powerful as the others, so they gathered together and tried their best to break through to the west. The leader of the horse bandits saw that 3 of his subordinates had died in the blink of an eye. He roared and jumped towards Su Jing. His thick Jin Qi had shaved off a layer of the ground, and he moved at lightning speed. Monster-killing fist, shaking the heavens and earth. Su Jing did not back off. Her 2 fists were like a giant devil splitting a mountain, and she faced the leader of the horse bandits head-on. Puff, puff, puff. This time, the surrounding horse bandits suffered greatly. They were all blown away by the shock wave, puking out a huge mouthful of blood in the air. Taking 3 steps back, Su Jing looked calm, but her movements were wild. Her white robe fluttered in the wind as she charged towards the leader of the horse bandits again, throwing out a powerful punch. On the other side, Yi Chen was surrounded by 3 late condensing reality realm horse bandits. "Little brat, go to hell. Kill the wolf." Flash spear, ghost cry, and wolf howl. The 3 of them each used their unique attacks. They wanted to kill Yi Chen together. Yi Chen's body blurred. He casually flashed and dodged the attacks of the 3 bandits. In the middle of the attack, Yi Chen's Jin Qi increased infinitely. He threw out a punch from the side. Tyrannical rampage. The power of the punch tore the ground apart. It gathered a huge wave of dirt and rushed out. Boom. The ground exploded. The late condensing reality realm horse bandit was blown into pieces, his blood and flesh flying everywhere. This kid is hard to deal with. Archers, get ready. As the order was given, arrows were shot towards Yi Chen like rain, locking down the huge space. Ding, ding, ding. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's body was covered in a jade-like luster. Once the arrows touched him, they were broken into 2 pieces and bounced off. Chapter 93. Clang. Facing the rain of arrows, with a few late condensing reality realm warriors glaring at him, Yi Chen did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately pulled out his hidden cloud sword. The pure Jun Jun Qi had a great effect on the sword art. Once Yi Chen threw out a sword attack, the snow-white sword light looked like a blooming lotus flower. The sharp light shot out in all directions, slicing the ground around Yi Chen into pieces. At the same time, numerous mountain-like silhouettes appeared within the sword light. They were extremely sharp and powerful. Combining the two together, it looked a bit like the legendary Blade Mountain. Condensed sword qi. Yi Chen swung the sword straight out. The sword light was compressed infinitely and turned into a thick sword qi. Because of its high speed, the air was cut open like water ripples, and the natural yuan qi was disrupted. In the eyes of the crowd, this was not a sword qi at all. It was clearly a mountain. They suddenly felt that it was unstoppable, and their momentum was weakened by 80%. Swoosh! The flat ground was split open, and the horse bandits in the vicinity of this line were either split into two halves or crushed into a bloody mist by the aftermath of the sword qi, leaving nothing behind. Then, the sword qi's momentum did not diminish, and it slashed towards the leader of the horse bandits, who was suppressing Su Jing. Sword qi. The horse bandit leader sensed the change and looked over. He was shocked. A mid-condensing reality, realm warrior could actually release sword qi. Wasn't that something only clasping Yuan realm swordsmen could do? Moreover, this sword qi was not an ordinary sword qi. It contained the mentality of a mountain which could crush and suppress everything. It was almost at the edge of the sword intent, and was only one step away from the supreme sword intent. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Su Jing was gradually suppressed by the horse bandit leader. However, she had also figured out his martial arts patterns. If she was not mistaken, this horse bandit leader should be one of the top horse bandit leaders in the Northwest Plain. His name was Qi Kuei, and he had reached the clasping Yuan realm a few years ago. His moves were very powerful. If she was not strong enough, she might not even be able to take 3 of his punches. After fighting for a while, Su Jing noticed that her opponent's attention had shifted, and she couldn't help but look over as well. In her line of sight, Yi Chen, who was dressed in a white robe, was like a towering mountain. He was clearly right in front of her, but he gave off the illusion that he was far away. This junior brother of mine is really amazing. There is the aura of Tao in his sword technique. As long as he is given time, he will definitely become a peerless swordsman in the future. Laughing out loud, Qi Kuei withdrew his left hand and threw out a punch, while saying, "No matter how talented you are only a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. What can you do to me? Mountain crashing fist, break." Kacha, the artistic conception in the sword qi, was the first to be broken. Then, the sword qi collapsed and disappeared. However, Qi Kuei's body also stiffened. Strands of sword qi flowed up along his arm, wanting to injure his foundation. Only after separating a portion of his true qi could he eliminate the threat of the sword qi. Su Jing understood what Yi Chen meant. He wanted to help her escape. With that thought in mind, all of her Jun qi started to burn like fire. 2 illusory golden flame rings appeared behind her head, one big and one small. Low-rank Earth Realm Art, Golden 3 Realm Art. Yi Chen could tell that Su Jing had trained a low-rank Earth Realm Art, Golden 3 Realm Art. This art was extremely powerful. The 7th stage was called the Shocking Sky, the 8th stage was called the Extreme Void Sky, and the 9th stage was called the Skytop Sky. When the 3 stages combined, it could suppress everything and was unstoppable. However, Su Jing had obviously trained it to the 8th stage, the Extreme Void Sky. When the 2 stages combined, her power suddenly increased. With a single punch, Qi Kuei was forced to take 4 steps back. Open, not in the mood to fight anymore. Su Jing just charged forward. The burning golden Zhen Qi instantly pushed away the people who were in her way. She did not even care about her horse. She flew towards Wu Zongming and the other three. Yi Chen did not stop her either. He turned around and threw out 13 sword attacks. Streams of mountain-like sword qi flew towards Qi Kuei, who was chasing after him. His feet did not even touch the ground as he flew backwards. With the help of Su Jing and Yi Chen, Wu Zongming and the other three finally got out of the encirclement. 4 horses and 2 people, their speed increased to the limit. Like lightning, they gradually disappeared into the distance. Damn this brat! Qi Kuei was furious. He stomped on the ground, causing it to shake continuously. He threw out a series of punches, which turned into countless fist shadows that shattered the mountain-like sword qi. Brother, what do we do now? A leader of the horse gang could not help but ask with red eyes. Qi Kuei calmed down his boiling blood and tried to suppress his unstable emotions. He asked, "How many brothers did we lose?" 23 in total. Besides me, all the other leaders were killed. 6 late condensing reality realm warriors were all killed. I am so angry. Qi Kuei's eyes were wide open and bloodshot. Although there were only about 50 people in this bandit group, every one of them was a veteran of hundreds of battles, especially those 6 small leaders who had followed him to roam the Northwest Plains for several years. They were the foundation that he relied on. He never thought that they would all die in this battle. For a moment, his heart was bleeding. Brother, I have told you before, don't hang out with Ouyang brother. They are both core disciples of the martial school. They have powerful people behind them. Although they give us a lot of gold and treasures every time, we are risking our lives for them. But they don't even need to do anything, yet they get the biggest share. I know about this. Qi Kuei was indeed the leader of a horse gang. Although he was angry, he still had some calmness in his heart. He said, "We have already offended the Sky Cloud Martial School. We cannot have another conflict with the Purple Sun Martial School. Let's avoid contact with Ouyang brother from now on. Right now, let's leave the Northwest Plain and go out to recruit people, hoping to make a comeback." You are right, brother. After fighting their way out of the encirclement, Yi Chen and Wu Zongming rode on one horse, while Su Jing and one of the female disciples rode on the other. Taking out a mysterious green pellet and throwing it to Yi Chen, Su Jing said, "The rest of the journey will inevitably be dangerous. This is a mysterious recovering pellet. It can help you recover your lost Zhen Qi." Yi Chen had heard about the mysterious recovering pellet before. It cost 3,000 gold for one pellet, and it could recover Zhen Qi 10 times faster than usual. It was a necessity for high-level warriors. With just a glance, Yi Chen picked up the pellet and swallowed it. He then started to use his pure Jun Zhen Qi to refine the pellet in his dantian. The almost dried-up Zhen Qi whirlpool was helped by the mysterious recovering pellet. Zhen Qi continuously poured out, flowing into all the meridians in his body. Before, he first threw out the Tyrant fist art, then he used the lone peak of 13 swords. He used the poetic perspective of the lone peak of 13 swords to create a sword qi that consumed a lot of Zhen Qi. Although it was powerful, it could not last long. It was far weaker than a clasping yuan realm warrior. After all, a mid-condensing reality realm warrior was still too low. After 7 days, the group of 6 returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School in the Windy Mountain. The next half a month was no different than before, training, doing missions, and so on. Inadvertently, Yi Chen heard the news brought back by a disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, who had participated in the auction. The North Snow Fast Blade, Lynch, had safely returned to the North Snow Martial Academy. It was said that someone had seen the old man in gray, Dao So, in a very bad shape, with one of his arms broken. Chapter 94. The sea of clouds was rolling, the wind was blowing. You really want me to fight you with all my power? On a remote cliff, Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood there. She was not tall, nor did she have a burly figure. She even looked a little delicate. However, no matter how strong the wind was, it could not shake her in the slightest. She was like a statue that had not fallen for thousands of years. Yi Chen nodded. I have trained a martial art, and it needs a lot of pressure to improve. So I want to use your help to train. What he was talking about was the pure jade body boosting spell. He had trained this martial art to the peak of the 3rd level a long time ago, but he had not been able to break through to the 4th level. He had been thinking about it these days, and realized that it would be very difficult for him to reach the 4th level by himself. Only by using other people's power to stimulate his own potential could he achieve it in a short period of time. If that is the case, then I will not hold back. Su Jing could tell that Yi Chen was serious. Although she was curious about what kind of martial art he had trained, she was not a talkative person. She would not ask what she should not ask. Cross the sea to kill the devil. Su Jing took a step forward with her right foot. All the rocks within a few meters' radius floated into the air. She did not seem to be very fast, but she had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. She threw out a punch with a strong golden light. Yi Chen could feel the explosive power contained in this punch. He did not dare to waste any time. He pushed the pure jade body-boosting spell with all his power. A layer of jade-like luster appeared on his skin. His body shook, and his Jun Qi was pushed to the limit. He threw out a punch as well. Chin. The two fists collided, and a strong shockwave spread out. A few huge black cracks appeared on the ground like snakes, spreading everywhere. So it really is more than 10,000 pounds of power. Because Yi Chen did not use any martial arts, his arm was numb and his vision blurred. He almost fainted. Su Jing did not intend to hold back. She missed the first punch, but the second one followed. Destroy the mountain and flip the sea. That intense golden light, along with the sound of a tsunami, attacked towards Yi Chen's temple from the left side. The fist power hadn't arrived yet, but the fist wind had already arrived. It was like a lightning bolt and was as heavy as a mountain. Bang! Yi Chen stretched out his hand to block the punch. His left fist drilled out from his waist and began to counterattack. All right, I'm going to use the power of the 7th level of the Golden 3 Realms art. After repelling Yi Chen's fist energy with a single punch, an illusory golden ring of fire appeared behind Su Jing's head. Her entire body was burning with golden zhenqi. Combined with her strength of over 10,000 jin, she would be able to kill anyone who stood in her way. Yi Chen did not retreat, nor evade. He laughed loudly and said, "Senior sister, go ahead and make your move." A cold glint flickered in Su Jing's eyes. With a twist of her feet, the surface of the cliff cracked. Soon after, her two fists, one on the left and one on the right, struck out, using the move she used to deal with Qi Kuei. Kachak! The jade-like luster on the surface of Yi Chen's body collapsed and was annihilated. His tall and straight body that was as steady as a mountain took 10 steps back, and every step he took was extremely heavy and emitted thumping sounds. All right, again. Activating the pure jade body-boosting spell. Again. Yi Chen didn't care about the taste of blood in his throat. He rushed towards Su Jing. Back off. This fight was to help Yi Chen break through. There was no need for any fancy moves, only a solid head-on collision. Therefore, Su Jing threw out another punch, which once again made Yi Chen take 10 steps back. Again. Boom. Again. Towards the end, Yi Chen's 7 orifices began to bleed. The jade-like luster on the surface of his body became dim and looked like it would disappear at any time. However, The more it was like this, the more intense Yi Chen's fighting spirit became. His whole body was filled with profound qi, and even the mountain wind could not extinguish it. His tall and straight body was unyielding, as straight as a javelin, extremely sharp. It was like a piece of rough metal, after being polished thousands of times. It burst out with a sharpness that could pierce through gold and stone. Su Jing was shocked. What kind of martial art did Yi Chen train? Without using any martial skills, he could take more than 10 punches from her without falling down. Instead, it seemed like he was going to be reborn. Besides that, his fighting spirit really did look like a peerless swordsman. Knowing that it was not enough, the golden Zhen Qi around Su Jing's body grew even stronger, and a bigger halo appeared behind her head. It was the sign of the 8th stage of the golden three-realm art, the extreme Taiji. With a punch, the mountain wind stopped, and the air was still. Only the cliff could not handle the power, and started to shake. Demons fall. Although the monster-killing fist art was a top-rank mortal realm martial skill, the power of the last movement was already extremely close to a low-rank earth realm martial skill. However, it was also quite troublesome to perform. Yi Chen had to push his golden three-realm art to the 8th stage before he could use it. Otherwise, he would have to bear the huge counterforce and get slightly injured. It was similar to Yi Chen's Tyrant fist art, but not as crazy. The golden light was like a waterfall, with a power that could pierce through a mountain. It flew towards Yi Chen. Pooh! The jade-like luster could not even last for a second, and was instantly destroyed. Yi Chen could only feel that the clouds on both sides were moving forward quickly. He felt something sweet in his throat, and a huge amount of blood spurted out, turning into a blood mist. The fast-moving clouds stopped moving, and Yi Chen's whole body was sunk into the mountain behind him. He could not even move a finger, and he felt weak and dizzy. With a bitter smile, Yi Chen said weakly, "Senior sister, are you trying to kill me?" Stubborn diseases need strong medicine to cure them. It will save you a lot of trouble. Walking in front of Yi Chen, Su Jing opened Yi Chen's jaw and threw a dark red pellet into his mouth. She said, "This is the body refining pellet that I usually use to train my strength. It is very effective. You don't need to move for now, in case you hurt your muscles and bones, and leave behind future problems." Yi Chen did not hear the last few words. Once the body refining pellet entered his throat, it turned into liquid and flowed down. With his stomach as the center, the medicinal power gradually spread to his internal organs, all the meridians in his body, and finally into his bones, continuously forcing out the impurities. Black impurities oozed out from the surface of Yi Chen's body, and the stench was overwhelming. Not knowing how long had passed, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. His bright eyes were like cold lightning, and also like the light of a sword, sharp and penetrating. "So smelly. Let's go back and wash up." She pressed her white and slim palm on the mountain and pushed out her hidden power, shaking Yi Chen out. Smelling himself, it was indeed smelly. Yi Chen said, embarrassedly, "Thank you for your help, senior sister. If you need anything in the future, Yi Chen will definitely not decline." "Let's go. You want to kill me with the stench." Su Jing said expressionlessly. A week had passed. That night, Yi Chen sat on his bed with his legs crossed, continuously practicing the pure jade body-boosting spell. The jade-like luster on the surface of his body was flickering. Sometimes it was bright, sometimes it was like his whole body was made of jade, sometimes it was dim, like a rock. "Pa!" A light, almost inaudible sound was heard as the jade-like luster shattered inch by inch, merging back into Yi Chen's body. Then he spat it out, giving off a cold white light. It looked countless times tougher than before, giving off a diamond-like feeling. At this moment, the 4th spell of the pure jade body-boosting spell, Broken Jade Rebirth, was completed. Chapter 95. Opening his eyes, Yichen jumped off the bed and performed a set of King Kong fist without using his zhenqi. The wind from the punch whistled through the room, causing the furniture and the wooden windows in the room to make rattling sounds. Finally, they broke into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Wow, my strength has increased by 5,000 pounds and reached 20,000 pounds. Yichen immediately felt the great increase in his physical strength. He seemed to have endless energy and could kill 5 water buffaloes in a row with one punch. Qi power was not like Zhen Qi, which was limited by the limits of the human body and would grow very slowly. It would already be amazing for a martial artist to reach 20,000 pounds. Even clasping Yuan realm martial artists did not have such a powerful body, unless they had also trained a body-strengthening martial art. Senior sister Su Jing must have used 70 to 80% of her strength that day. Otherwise, her last punch could have killed me. Thinking of the power of the Golden Three Realm art and the monster-killing fist art, Yichen knew his limits and did not think that his opponent had used her full strength. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the sun was high up in the sky. Stepping on the sunlight, Yichen arrived at the floating cloud palace. The palace was empty. There were only 3 or 4 people choosing missions. It was very quiet. Walking to the gray jade wall, Yichen looked at it and fixed his eyes on the last mission in the first row. It seemed to be newly posted. Mission: go to the ancient water lake and help the Chu family find the lost ship. Details: there is a dangerous place in the ancient water lake called the 9 Bends and 18 Bends. There are many demonic beasts in the water, and it is accompanied by underwater whirlpools. It is extremely dangerous. Mission difficulty: 5-star gray level. Mission reward: 120,000 gold. The ancient water lake isn't that in the extreme north of the Windy Nation? It is so far away from here. Yichen had heard of the name of the ancient water lake. It was said that this lake had existed for 3,000 years. In the early days, it was just a small lake. Later, there was a big earthquake and everything within thousands of miles sank into the ground. After 3,000 years of irrigation, it became the ancient water lake today. In the early days, the ancient water lake was not dangerous, but the current ancient water lake was extremely dangerous. It seemed that the earthquake had released the ancient demonic beasts underground, which had occupied the entire ancient water lake, causing some fish and prawns that were not demonic beasts to mutate and become one of the demonic beasts. In the middle of the ancient water lake, there was a large island named Panshan Island. There was a clan living on the island. It was the Chu clan that issued the mission. The Chu clan had a long history. 3,000 years ago, they lived on Panshan Island. Even though they knew that there were many demonic beasts in the ancient water lake, they had never thought of leaving and had always lived there. On the other hand, there would occasionally be some geniuses who were unwilling to be left out of the limelight. They would leave the ancient water lake and come to the bustling area, making a name for themselves. It was said that the Emerald Martial Palace had an inner disciple who came from the Chu family of the Panshan Island. Without thinking too much about it, Yichen tore off the mission slip and left the soaring cloud hall. At the foot of the mountain, a rider was galloping towards the north. 8 days later, Yichen came to the vicinity of the vast ancient water lake. Coincidentally, there was a small rundown restaurant on the shore with 4 large black words written on the plaque with peeling paint. Ancient Water Restaurant. Getting off the horse, Yichen patted the horse's head. It took me 8 days to get here. I should replace you when I get back. You will suffer if you follow me anyway. It was shameful to waste time. The dark brown horse was reliable in the early stages, but in the later stages, it was powerless. 2,000 miles a day was of no use at all. Even if they rushed through the night, they would only be able to travel 3,000 miles a day. Yichen planned to go back and get a half-demon horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, which could travel 3,300 miles a day. If they rushed through the night, 5,000 miles would not be a problem. The most important thing was that the half-demon horse had a strong physical strength. It could run continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. After that, it only needed to rest for a night, and it would be full of energy again. Young warrior, you are going to the ancient water lake, right? Why don't you come in and take a rest? The waiter saw a guest and greeted him enthusiastically. Yichen nodded. Take care of my horse. All right, this way, please. The restaurant was more dilapidated than he had imagined. The walls were mottled, the tables were rough and uneven, and even the chairs were pieced together. It looked very shabby. Choosing a chair that was pleasing to the eye, Yichen sat down and ordered a few dishes. While he was eating, the sound of horse hooves unexpectedly came from outside the restaurant. Good luck today. Another guest. The waiter immediately became energetic. After a while, a young man dressed in green walked in. Seeing Yichen, the young man in green frowned. You are an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Are you going to the ancient water lake Pan Shan Island? Yes. Yichen could tell that the young man was an inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace. Then you don't need to go. The Chu family's business should be handled by the Chu family. Yichen raised his eyebrows. You are a disciple of the Chu family. The 166th generation disciple of the Chu family, Chu Ming. The young man in green sat down at a table opposite to Yichen. Sorry, since I have accepted the task, I will try my best. Yichen did not intend to give up the task. Chu Ming sneered. I am reminding you that there is no boat to cross the ancient water lake. It is 450 miles of waterway from here to the Pan Shan Island. If you are not careful, you will be dragged into the water by the beasts and die without a whole body. Moreover, the 9 twists and 18 turns are even more dangerous. Everything is dangerous. How can you achieve great things by being timid? The two did not have any conflict. After all, not every disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace was arrogant and annoying. On the shore of the ancient water lake, the lake water was surging and sparkling. At a glance, the sky and the water were like a line. Chu Ming glanced at Yichen and took out a waist-thick, 1-meter-long piece of wood from his storage ring. The wood was shot more than a dozen feet away, drawing a white watermark on the lake. It was extremely fast, but Chu Ming was even faster. He didn't make any movements, but he was faster. Before the wood fell into the water, he had already stepped on it. He rode on the wood as if it was nothing, and after a while he became a small duck, using a piece of wood as a boat. Yichen nodded and looked around. Soon, he found a small forest hundreds of meters away, in which there were many 3 to 4 meters tall trees. A sword light flashed, and a big tree fell down. Yichen was afraid of being attacked by beasts on the way, so he cut a dozen more pieces of wood. Each piece was the same thickness and weighed hundreds of pounds. Coming to the shore, Yichen did the same thing, threw the wood out and stood on it. The scenery on both sides quickly passed by. Yichen felt that he had never been so happy before. For a moment, he felt that the sky was high and the earth was wide. He was like a bird, free and unrestrained. The wood had lost its momentum. Yichen activated his Zhen Qi and spurted it out from the back of the wood, becoming the source of power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although he did not catch up with Chu Ming, his speed was not slow. In addition, it was good to step on the wood and enjoy the scenery of the lake. After walking for dozens of miles, under the water behind the log, a huge shadow was following them silently. Chapter 96. The ancient water lake is indeed full of dangers. Yichen looked at the surface of the water in front of him and heard the rapid sound of water splashing. Many shuttle-like strange fish swooped up. The strange fish was more than 3 feet long, and its entire body was covered in dark green scales. Its pectoral and pelvic fins were very long and wide, like the wings of a bird. They flapped violently as it flew at an extremely fast speed. Chee-chee-chee-chee-chee. While flying, the fish opened its mouth and shot out 2-inch-long venomous stingers, covering the entire area. Although Yi Chen did not know what kind of fish it was, he knew that its poisonous stingers were not to be underestimated. Who knew if it could kill a condensing reality realm warrior within a second? Of course, after reaching the 4th stage of the pure jade body-boosting spell, the poisonous stingers would not be able to penetrate his defense. However, Yi Chen did not plan to be passive. Activating his protective aura, he shattered the densely packed poisonous thorns. Clang! The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed and flashed 4 times in the air. The next moment, 4 cross-shaped sword lights shot out and sliced the school of strange fish into pieces. Blood rained everywhere. Before the previous wave subsided, another wave arose. Suddenly, a huge wave rose behind him. In the wave, a huge monster snake was faintly discernible. Its demonic aura soared into the sky, stirring up vortexes one after another. This time, Yi Chen recognized the species of this strange snake. It was a peak level 4 demonic beast, water-splitting python. It was extremely strong and had the innate ability to call the wind and summon the rain. In addition to the demonic beast's inner Dan, it could also form a water-splitting Dan. If a martial artist wore it on their body and used their Jin Qi to stimulate it, it would be enough to double their speed in water. It was a rare treasure. Hiss! The anaconda opened its bloody mouth and shot out a thick pillar of grayish-white water. Yi Chen's brows slightly wrinkled. He waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand, and a clear sword mark appeared in the air. Then, a condensed sword light flew out. Walala! The water column exploded, and it started to rain heavily. Yi Chen stood still. Before the raindrops could even come within 3 feet of him, they were sliced into nothingness by the protective aura. Seeing that the water column could not do anything to Yi Chen, the anaconda looked up to the sky and hissed. The ferocious demon aura rushed up to the sky, causing a drastic change in the chi of heaven and earth. Large dark clouds suddenly gathered in the low sky. It was so dark that it made people panic. At the same time, a strong wind blew above the ancient water lake, and the undercurrent surged, stirring up waves after waves. A normal peak level 4 demonic beast shouldn't be this strong. Could it be that this anaconda has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast? That would be surprising. As far as Yi Chen knew, it was true that a peak level 4 demonic beast could summon a gale. However, it was very difficult to cause a small-scale change in the sky. It was almost impossible. Only a level 5 demonic beast could cause such a big movement. The wood under his feet moved up and down in the undercurrent. Yi Chen snorted coldly, raised his right foot, and stomped down. Buzz! Ripples spread out one after another, and the surface of the water within a radius of 100 feet calmed down. Abruptly, the anaconda let out a miserable howl, and its huge body was thrown up as if it had suffered a heavy blow. After a few blinks of an eye, the anaconda's wriggling body returned to the surface of the water, but it was not hurt. Instead, it became extremely angry. Its long body rolled and slapped, and its 4 to 5 feet long tail broke through the water waves, violently whipping towards Yi Chen, leaving a series of afterimages. Yi Chen's expression was completely dignified. In addition to stabilizing the wood with his foot, he also used the secret skill he got from the Bloody Butcher, Earth Explosion and Sky Shock. The hidden force quietly attacked the anaconda from the bottom of the water. He thought that even if he could not kill it, he could at least injure it a little and make it retreat. But now it seemed that the power of Earth explosion and sky shock could not break its defense at all. The tail, which was as thick as a water tank, whipped over. The sharp airflow was like a knife. Without thinking, Yichen jumped up into the air. Crack! Like a stick hitting tofu, the wood was instantly smashed into pieces. In the air, Yichen took a deep breath, waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand 4 times, and 4 mountain-like sword chi slashed down, respectively locking on the anaconda's head, neck, abdomen, and tail. Clang! 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 Except for the tail, the other 3 parts were all hit. But even with the sharpness of the sword chi, it could only break the snake's scales and barely reached its insides. Gray-red blood suddenly dyed the surface of the lake red, spreading out like ink. The anaconda was really in pain this time. It looked up to the sky and hissed, and its gray-green eyes turned scarlet, looking strange and cruel. It opened its bloody mouth, and a whirlpool gathered in its throat. Then a half-meter-thick spiral water column rushed out and compressed again in the middle, becoming as thick as a thigh, and shot towards Yichen like a laser. Not good. This beast is too strong. I can't do anything to it. Yichen's expression changed. The thigh-thick spiral water column was too fast, and he couldn't borrow any momentum in the air, so he had no time to dodge. He could only throw a punch at the water column. In the sky's shaking sound, a huge semicircle was formed on the surface of the lake, about 10 meters deep. Compared to it, Yichen's body was like a slightly bigger insect, so small. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and Yichen was slightly injured. The anaconda was not much better. Its huge body rolled a few times in the water, and it was dizzy. It couldn't send out a second spiral water column. I'll take the parting water pill next time. I should go to Pan Shan Island first. After making up his mind, Yichen didn't want to continue fighting with the anaconda. He stepped back, and the rainwater in the air bent into an amazing arc like a pulled bowstring. Of course, this was not a bowstring, but the rainwater that Yichen condensed and turned into something that could be borrowed to increase the initial momentum. Swoosh! With his arms wide open, Yichen was like a white crane, and in a flash, he left the area and swept towards the center of the ancient water lake. After half a day, Yichen, who had been traveling for a long time, finally saw a huge island. The island was circular, and there were winding roads around it. On the top of the island, other than a mountain, there was a continuous ancient building complex. With a bitter smile, Yichen said to himself, Chuming should have arrived long ago. After all, he is more familiar with the ancient water lake than I am, and can avoid some dangers in advance. Shaking his head, Yichen activated his chi, and the wood under his feet moved forward at a faster speed. On the island, Yichen didn't fly up the mountain directly, because that was not a polite behavior. Following the path, Yichen came to the main road of Pan Shan, where there were 4 men guarding. Who are you? The yellow-faced man shouted coldly. Yichen cupped his fists and said, You guys, I am an inner disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, and I am here for a mission. What proof do you have? The man asked. Yichen thought of the inner disciple token and quickly took it out and threw it into the man's hand. The man carefully looked at it, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he returned the token and politely said, I have offended you just now. Hero Yi, please follow me up the mountain. Yichen nodded and followed behind. Chapter 97. The coiling mountain avenue was clearly 10,000 feet long, but now it was stretched to hundreds of thousands of feet. According to the yellow-faced man, no matter who it was, if they wanted to reach the top of the mountain, they had to walk along the coiling mountain avenue. As for why, the yellow-faced man didn't know. Perhaps it was a custom that had been passed down for thousands of years. With their amazing speed, they arrived at the top of the mountain in less than half an hour. As far as the eye could see, the flat mountaintop was covered with ancient buildings. Behind the buildings, there was a small green mountain that was less than 100 feet high. A beautiful waterfall fell straight down into the small pond in the middle of the buildings, splashing water everywhere. What a beautiful place! Yi-Chun was secretly amazed. He was used to seeing big cities and mountains. Now that he was on this island, he felt refreshed. Walking along the ancient stone road, Yi-Chun followed the man with a yellow face to the big house in the middle of the buildings. "Master, the person outside is an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School." The man with a yellow face said loudly, "Let him in." An old voice came out. Hearing this, Yi-Chun stepped into the hall of the house. An old man in his 70s was sitting in the main seat of the hall. His skin was yellow like the man with a yellow face, but it did not look like he was malnourished. It seemed like he was born this way. Sitting next to him was a young man in green. It was Chu Ming who had arrived before Yi-Chun. Chu Ming saw that Yi-Chun could come to the Panshan Island. He was a little surprised. Walking to the center of the hall, Yi-Chun cupped his fists. "I am Yi-Chun, an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School." "Nice to meet you, Master Chu." The old man nodded. "You received a mission and came here, right?" "Yes." "That's good. With 2 disciples, we have a better chance of finding the lost ship." Yi-Chun will try his best. While talking, Yi-Chun was confused. He carefully sensed the old man's cultivation level and found that he was only at Mortal Realm Stage 7. He could not help but ask, "Master Chu, on the way here, I noticed that all the people in the Chu family are below the condensing reality realm. What is going on?" He didn't think that a family couldn't produce a condensing reality realm warrior. Chu Ming was a good example. In the future, he might also step into the clasping yuan realm and become a martial artist. The old man sighed. "Find a seat first." Yi-Chun sat on the chair opposite Chu Ming, wanting to hear what he had to say. "It's not that our Chu family doesn't have any condensing reality realm warriors. It's just that we don't have any condensing reality realm warriors. Any warrior who has reached the condensing reality realm, if they stay on Panshan Island for more than 3 months, would suddenly meet with an unexpected calamity, or be attacked by demonic beasts, or become possessed by evil spirits, and disappear without a trace. Therefore, when Chu Ming reached the condensing reality realm, I asked him to leave Panshan Island." The elder said slowly, "There's such a thing?" Yi-Chun gasped. Chu Ming said lightly, "That's true. 15 years ago, my father died of chi deviation without any warning." The hall was silent for a moment. Yi-Chun said again, "Then why didn't the whole family leave Panshan Island? The outside world is so big, there would be a place for the Chu family." The story starts from 3,000 years ago. At that time, the ancient water lake was not called the ancient water lake. It was called the Green Lake. Our Chu family lived on the shore of the Green Lake. There was no Panshan Island. However, ever since one of our clansmen found an ancient object in a cave at the bottom of the Green Lake, things changed. First, there was a huge earthquake in a radius of 1,000 miles, causing the terrain to change, forming a huge crater. Then there was a thunderstorm that lasted for 3 months, almost completely submerging the Chu clan and everything around it. On the brink of life and death, an island descended from the sky, suppressing the cave at the bottom of the Green Lake. Our Chu clan's ancestors believed that the gods were merciful and gave the Chu clan a way out. Thus, the entire clan moved to the island. This island is today's Panshan Island. After recalling for a while, the old man continued, "But things are not so simple. After moving to Panshan Island, all the warriors above the mortal realm died, one by one within 3 months. At that time, the patriarch with the highest cultivation level, the ancestor of our Chu family, finally said some information before he died. What did he say? Yichen found himself deeply attracted. The old man used all the strength in his body and said word by word, "Devil, curse," just these 4 words. "Devil, curse." Yichen suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his back. The pores on his body stood up. These 4 words seemed to have a great magical power. Even saying it out loud was enough to make people tremble. Chu Ming's face was also not looking good. Every time he heard these 4 words, he would feel a kind of fear, deeply imprinted in his blood, unable to get rid of, unable to forget. The old man smiled bitterly. "Is it very scary?" Yichen did not try to be brave. He nodded and said yes. "When I first heard these 4 words, I was even more afraid than you were. I couldn't sleep for a month. I always felt like there were shadows around me, like there were ghosts roaring. But then I became numb, because as long as we don't reach the condensing reality realm, we Chu family are still normal people. We won't die for no reason." Hearing this, Yichen looked at the old man again. The old man had not explained his previous doubts. The old man continued, "It's not that we didn't think about moving the whole family. It's just that we couldn't do it. Before the ancestor died, he told everyone to leave Pan Shan Island, not to stay here. The others all obeyed, and were divided into 3 groups, ready to leave one by one. But what made people desperate was that only one of the first group survived. The others also suddenly met with an unexpected disaster, and it was even more terrible than those who died on Pan Shan Island. The only survivor was scared out of his wits, and after returning to Pan Shan Island, he died within 3 years. Couldn't leave Pan Shan Island? But what happened to Chu Ming? No, only one of the first group survived. Although he died later, it was due to a mental breakdown. It should have nothing to do with the curse. In other words, only one person could leave Pan Shan Island safely and not be threatened by the curse. This could be explained as there were 50 ways of living, 49 ways of living. If a person escaped, the heavens would always leave a chance of survival, not to mention an entire family, hundreds of thousands of people. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Yichen's mind. After a few decades, some of the younger generation of the family didn't believe it and prepared to move again, but the number of people was much smaller, only a few dozen. Without exception, as long as one left Pan Shan Island for 500 miles, only one survived. The others all died tragically. No one could explain why. The old man's voice sounded a little tired. Yichen more or less understood the ins and outs of the whole thing, but he didn't think that such a beautiful place could have such a terrible thing. An underwater cave, an island that fell from the sky, a cursed family. The whole thing was too horrifying and impossible to explain. Perhaps when he reached a certain level, he would be able to solve this mystery. Now, he didn't dare to act rashly, for fear of being infected by the curse of Pan Shan Island. At that time, he really wouldn't be able to leave Pan Shan Island unless he killed Chu Ming. But he and Chu Ming weren't from the same family. Even if he killed Chu Ming, he wouldn't be able to leave Pan Shan Island unless he killed Chu Ming. Chapter 98. Just as Yi Chun was lost in his thoughts, the elder looked at him and said, "If there is nothing else, can we go to the 9 bends and 18 bends to look for the lost ship? My granddaughter is still on the ship. It has been half a month. Although there is enough food on the ship, accidents are inevitable." Chu Ming stood up and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Leave it to me. I will definitely bring Xianing back. Since there are people on the ship, let's go now." Yichen also stood up. The elder nodded and said, "I will go with you. The Ironwood ship is ready." On the northwest coast of Pan Shan Island, a 15 meters long and 3 meters wide black wooden ship was docked there. Its surface was glowing with a faint metallic luster. Yichen knew that this was the Ironwood ship. It was made of ironwood, which was comparable to metal. Needless to say, it was hard enough to withstand a full blow from a mortal realm warrior. It was also very flexible able to move quickly in big waves without worrying about the hull breaking. Master, 12 mortal realm stage, 9 warriors of the Chu family stood in a row and said in unison. The elder waved his hand and said, "You all know Chu Ming. This is the inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Yi Chun. He will go with us to the 9 bends and 18 bends to rescue Xianing." After saying that, he turned to Yi Chun and Chu Ming and said, "They are not as strong as you two, but they are good swimmers. They can hold their breath underwater for 15 minutes. Yi Chun was a little surprised. With his current cultivation, holding his breath underwater for 15 minutes was not difficult, but these 12 people were only at mortal realm stage 9. The closer they got to the 9 bends and 18 bends, the faster the current became. Waves after waves of water hit the side of the ironwood ship, making loud banging sounds. Inside the cabin, the old man said, "The 9 bends and 18 bends are very complicated, with countless whirlpools. Without exquisite rowing skills, it is impossible to pass through. If there are no accidents, this old man's granddaughter should be trapped in the first half of the 9 bends and 18 bends. There is a small mountain there, and the mountain and the lake have formed a flat beach for the boat to dock. What you need to do is very simple: kill any demonic beasts that come close to prevent the boat from being pushed off course." Yi Chun said, "That's very simple. I can use my lightness skill to fly over, and I'll be able to find the lost ship and your granddaughter very quickly." The old man shook his head. "The truly terrifying part of the 9 bends and 18 bends is not the flow of water or the demon beasts, but the thick fog. If one were to enter it alone, it would be very easy to get lost and not be able to come out for a lifetime. Only by following the changes in the flow of water would one be able to find a way out." "I see." Yi Chun nodded thoughtfully. Pan Shan Island, an ancient water lake, could not be treated with common sense. It was too strange. Creak. Suddenly, the ironwood ship shook violently, as if it had been brushed by something. Dang, dang, dang. A martial artist of the Chu clan rushed in. "Clan head, 3 demon birds are approaching." The old man nodded. "Leave it to the 2 of them." Yi Chun and Chu Ming looked at each other and walked out of the cabin together. On the deck, Yi Chun looked up and saw 3 huge strange birds flying in the air. The strange birds had a wingspan of 5 meters, and the upper half of their wings had a pair of sharp claws. At this time, they had not yet approached the ironwood ship, but the wind caused by the flapping of their wings had caused the ironwood ship to shake. "Starfinger, 7 stars of the Big Dipper." Chu Ming raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and at the end of his fingertips, a glazed brilliance appeared. He pointed 7 times in the air and drew the pattern of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Without any suspense, the 3 demon birds were shrouded by the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Several bloody holes appeared on their bodies, and they fell into the lake. Yi Chun smiled and said, "Good finger technique. Insignificant skill." Chu Ming withdrew his hand. At this moment, a Chu family martial artist shouted, "We have arrived at the 9 bends and 18 bends. Everyone hold on to the fixed objects, so as not to be thrown out of the deck." The voice fell, and in the blink of an eye, the hull of the ship suddenly swayed, and there was a tendency to capsize. The other Chu family martial artists were already prepared and firmly held on to the things that they could hold on to. Only Yi Chun and Chu Ming were indifferent. Their feet firmly stepped on the deck, and no matter how fiercely the ship shook, it was difficult to shake their bodies. Chu Ming's body was very flexible, and his balance was also very good. He seemed to be motionless, but in fact his body was secretly making subtle changes in the direction of the hull, and he could always take advantage of the situation. But when he looked at Yi Chun, his eyes could not help but narrow. Yi Chun stood with his hands behind his back, and his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, swaying with the hull of the ship. It was as if he was a part of the hull, and there was no possibility of him being thrown out. What a brilliant qin gong! Chu Ming's eyesight was very powerful, and he immediately saw that Yi Chen's attainments in qin gong were very high, and his use of Jin Qi was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. Yi Chen faintly smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly frowned and said, "There is a demon beast sneaking over from under the water." His figure jumped, and Yi Chen's body fell on the side of the ship's railing, and his fist with a shining blue light blasted down. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the blue Qi dragon swooped down, drilling into the bottom of the water. The next moment, the huge corpse of the demon beast floated up, and there was a bathtub-sized hole in its chest and abdomen, and blood was gurgling out. Chu Ming looked at the corpse of the demon beast, and was surprised. The water shadow beast is good at hiding its demon qi and is proficient in stealth. How did you detect it? If it wasn't for Yi Chen's discovery, Chu Ming believed that it was impossible to kill the water shadow beast in advance. Only when the opponent launched an attack and exposed its demon qi would he be able to detect it. At that time, even if the Ironwood ship was undamaged, it would definitely deviate from the course, and it would take a lot of effort to return to the normal route, which would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't say that his soul power was strong and that he could freely explore anything around him. So he casually made up a reason and said, although the water shadow beast is proficient in stealth and its demon qi is restrained, but with its huge body, it is difficult to sneak over without a sound, and it will inevitably change the water flow. Chu Ming secretly nodded. What Yi Chen said was right. The bigger the body, the greater the resistance in the water. But Yi Chen's perception was too strong, and he could even see the subtle changes in the water flow, which was really admirable. As they gradually went deeper into the 9 twists and 18 turns, the frequency of the hull shaking became faster and faster. Sometimes it was clearly swaying to the left, but suddenly it jumped up. And sometimes it was clearly stable without any waves, but the whirlpool under the water made it difficult for the hull to move. From fast speed to a sudden stop, it could almost make an ordinary person's heart jump out. Finally, the Ironwood ship arrived in front of the half-submerged mountain. On the beach, a large ship was docked there, and it seemed to be faintly discernible in the thick fog, and there was a dead silence. The ship had not yet approached, but Chu Ming and Yi Chen's feet touched the deck, and like 2 big birds, they flew over at an incredible speed. Pa! The 2 stood on the deck of the lost ship, and felt that the atmosphere had changed. "Xianing, are you there?" Chu Ming called out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Except for the lake wind, there was no other sound. The 2 were afraid of missing something, so they pushed open the cabin door and went in. After a moment, the 2 came out again. Yi Chen looked up at the mountain and said to Chu Ming maybe they went to the mountain to take refuge. Chu Ming nodded. That's the only possibility. Let's wait for Big Grandpa first. Chapter 99. The Ironwood boat docked, and the old man came over with 12 people. Chu Ming said, "Grandpa, Xianing is not up there." "Not up there." The old man's face changed. He turned to the Chu warriors and said, "You 12 people for people in a group divide into 3 groups and go up the mountain." "Yes, Lord." The 12 Chu warriors formed their own groups and went up the mountain from 3 directions. At this time, Yi Chen said, "Lord Chu, you and Chu Ming in a group, I can go alone." That's it. The old man did not underestimate Yi Chen. Along the way, Yi Chen's strength was no less than Chu Ming, who was at the late condensing reality realm. After they parted ways, Yi Chen followed the most remote path and flew up the mountain. On his way up the mountain, a poison water scorpion that loved water rushed towards him, but was easily smashed into pieces by his fist power. Liquid splashed everywhere, but he did not slow down at all. After a dozen breaths, he had disappeared into the depths of the mountain that was covered in thick fog. The fog silently parted, and a figure flashed like a ghost. Every time his feet touched the ground, he would slide dozens of meters away. His breath was long and pure. All of a sudden, the mountain near Yichen started to move. It was actually a giant rock beast with a rock-like outer shell. It opened its deep mouth, and an arm-thick red shadow flew out towards Yi Chun at lightning speed. Courting death, the hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, and the sharp sword light collided with the red shadow. Clang! The red shadow was cut open, and yellow-brown blood spurted out. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a 10-feet-long tongue. The root of the tongue was still in the mouth of the rock beast. It was like a frog sticking out its tongue. The beast wanted to use its tongue to roll Yi Chun into its mouth. It was really insidious. Missing its attack, the rock beast's body shrank back and squeezed into the mountain to avoid Yi Chen's counterattack. How could Yi Chen let it go? He stamped his foot on the ground and released his power. Bang! The rock beast was forcibly blown out. The sword chi flashed, and the giant rock beast with an extremely high defense fell to the ground. Its abdomen was cut open, and its internal organs and intestines rolled out. The strong, earthy smell was extremely pungent. Not interested in dissecting the corpse of the giant rock beast, Yi Chen didn't even look back as he flashed into the thick fog. The mountain peak wasn't big, so Yi Chen quickly arrived at the mountainside. The first thing that came into view was a stone bridge. Beneath the stone bridge, clouds and mist tumbled. It was unfathomably deep. On the other side of the stone bridge, there was a large flat ground. Behind the flat ground, there was a large stone door. It was 33 feet tall and 28 feet wide. The door was tightly shut, revealing only a small gap. Light shone out from inside, changing the color of the mist. There's someone inside. Yi Chun hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the stone bridge. Kalala! Inconceivably, the stone beasts on both sides of the stone bridge came to life. They broke free from the stone surface and rushed towards Yi Chun step by step. Mountain range stacking. Facing the many stone beasts, Yi Chun used the lone peak of 13 swords attack range, the mountain range stacking. With a wave of his sword, layers of sword light spread out. Cha-cha-cha. One by one, the stone beasts were chopped into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Chun discovered an amazing scene. The broken pieces of the stone beasts twisted a few times, turned into mist, and blended into the surrounding environment, leaving no traces behind. Strange. This was really strange. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. Moments later, Yi Chen took a deep breath, carried his sword, and rushed towards the stone door. The stone door was really thick. Yi Chen estimated that even if he could break it, it might cause the stone room inside to collapse. It was not a wise move. Gathering 20,000 pounds of strength in both of his arms, Yi Chen inserted both of his hands into the gap in the middle of the stone door and tried to pull it to both sides. Rumble! The stone door slowly opened, and a brightly lit hall appeared in front of Yi Chen. Compared to the outside, the hall inside was luxurious enough. On both sides of the hall, there were 18 gold-painted stone pillars. They were 26 meters tall, smooth, and without any carvings. In the middle of the hall, there was a red carpet, which extended all the way to the main seat of the hall. A middle-aged man was sitting on the main seat. His eyes were slightly closed, and his aura was like a mountain. On both sides of the red carpet, there were 6 other middle-aged men. Although their auras were not as powerful as the middle-aged man, they were still not to be underestimated. They were at least at the peak of late condensing reality realm. Who are you? The middle-aged man on the main seat opened his eyes, which were shining like lightning. He was obviously a clasping Yuan realm warrior. Yi Chun cupped his fists and said, "I am here to look for someone. I wonder if you have seen a young girl coming here." The middle-aged man on the main seat said lightly, "Come in and have a seat." Yes, Yi Chun felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what it was. He followed the order and sat on the last seat on the right side of the red carpet. An evil look flashed through his eyes. The middle-aged man waved his hand at the stone door, and the stone door slowly closed. "The young girl you are talking about is 15 or 16 years old, and clean." Yi Chun had already learned about his granddaughter's appearance and temperament from the elder. He nodded and said, "Indeed, have you seen her before?" "Yes, she was trapped at the foot of the mountain. I saved her. She is now in the side room. You can take her and leave now." The middle-aged man seemed to be easy to talk to. With a suspicious look in his eyes, Yi Chun asked to confirm, "I can take her and leave?" "What? You don't want to take her?" "Oh, no." Yi Chun stood up and walked towards the side room of the hall unhurriedly. He pushed his soul power to its limit, just in case something unexpected happened. However, things were very strange. Not only did the middle-aged man on the main seat not move, even the other 6 middle-aged men on the side seemed to have their acupuncture points sealed. They sat there without moving or talking. There was only some meat on the table, which had not been eaten at all. A strange atmosphere filled the whole hall. When he reached the door of the side room, Yi Chun suddenly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. The evil look in the middle-aged man's eyes quickly disappeared. He asked, "What now?" "Nothing. I just think it's funny." Yi Chun pulled out his sword and sneered. "Huh," the middle-aged man said with a gloomy face. "I have already given you enough face by letting you take the young girl away. Do you want to fight me? You are only a condensing reality realm warrior. I can easily kill you." Yi Chun said with a faint smile, "Really? If you can kill me, why would you lie to me? If I am not wrong, once you enter the side room, you will die." "How dare you? Get the hell in here." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a golden stone pillar fell from the ground. Without any hesitation, it shot towards Yi Chun, who was not far away. It created a thunderous sound in the air, which was unstoppable. After all, this stone pillar was 66 feet long and half a meter thick. With the help of a clasping Yuan realm warriors, Jinqi, it was more powerful than any weapon. It could easily pierce through a mountain and kill a late condensing reality realm warrior. At this moment, if it was an ordinary warrior, he would definitely retreat into the side room to avoid the attack of the stone pillar. However, Yi Chun was not one of them. His eyes were clear, and he did not intend to dodge at all. He held the hidden cloud sword in his right hand and pointed it at the terrifying stone pillar. Crack! The stone pillar shattered into pieces, turning into mist and dissipating. Chapter 100. Mountain Condensing Sword Chi. After breaking the stone pillar, Yi Chen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He waved a half-moon-shaped sword Chi towards the middle-aged man. Puff! The middle-aged man did not expect that Yi Chun would not retreat or dodge. Instead, he attacked him after breaking the stone pillar. Before he could react, the sword Chi landed on his body. The mist rolled, and the shape of the middle-aged chief changed rapidly. He turned from a human into a lizard-like monster, with 4 dark red sarcomas on his head. It was extremely disgusting. It opened its big mouth, and everything in the hall turned into mist and was swallowed into its stomach. Yi Chun looked around. This was not a luxurious hall at all. It was a dirty stone cave. The 6 middle-aged men, who were neither smiling nor talking, were just skeletons sitting there. The color of their bones had turned black. In addition, there were a lot of white bones piled up on the ground, extending all the way to the main seat. It was the red carpet they had seen before. Looking back, the side room was also a stone cave. It was a few meters in size, and there was a huge pit at the bottom. The pit was filled with a gray liquid, and sticky bubbles were rising from it. When the bubbles burst, the air that was stored in the liquid touched the cave wall and corroded it, leaving a large area of black marks. Although he knew that everything before was just an illusion, Yichen still could not help but gasp. If he had not noticed it in advance, he would have stepped into the gray liquid and died. What was more horrifying was that if he had guessed it right, this lizard-like monster should be a rare Shun beast on the true spirit continent. It liked to suck people's brains and turn their memories into its own. Then it would refine a kind of Shin Qi according to the memories in its mind and arrange a vivid illusion, making it hard for people to tell which was real and which was fake. Shin beasts were demonic beasts that could evolve. According to the number of sarcomas on their heads, their strength could be distinguished. One sarcoma-like demonic beast was a rank 1 beast, 2 were rank 2, and 4 were rank 4 beasts. However, Yichen was not afraid of it. Among the demonic beasts of the same level, Shun beasts were the weakest kind, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Where is the girl? Yichen stared at the Shun beast. The Shun beast growled, its small eyes filled with malice. Yichen frowned and remembered that the sea serpent could not speak. Only in the illusion did people think that it could speak. In fact, it had not spoken from the beginning to the end. Everything was based on the atmosphere and its own imagination. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to stay. The previous sword strike had already injured the sea serpent, causing it to lose control of the sea serpent chi. Yichen was not afraid that it would use the sea serpent chi again. He stamped his feet and released his hidden force. Immediately, 3 sword chi flew out in a triangular formation. Boom! The sea serpent flew high in the air under the explosion of the hidden force, and forcibly withstood the 3 sword chi. Fiercely hitting the cave wall, the sea serpent suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of fog. This wisp of fog turned into a ball of fire in the air, burning towards Yichen. Watch me destroy your mirage. Yichen didn't dare to face the fire directly. He was afraid that it might be a trap. He switched the hidden cloud sword to his left hand and launched the first style of the Tyrant fist, Tyrannical Rampage. All of a sudden, the fire was integrated into the sword and rushed towards the sea serpent. A horrifying scream sounded. There was a bloody hole in the chest and abdomen of the sea serpent. The edge of the bloody hole was pitch black, and a disgusting burnt smell spread out, making people want to vomit. It's really a trap. The Tyrant fist itself had no attribute, but it could be integrated into the opponent's attack. At this time, the sea serpent was clearly suffering from its own actions. However, Yichen didn't know that the sea serpent's mirage contained 5 elements of Yuan Qi. Fire, Yuan Qi, was one of them. That fire was the essence of the fire in its body. It was very difficult to condense it again. Just now, it was afraid that it couldn't kill Yichen, so it used the sea serpent Qi to cover up the existence of the fire. Then it took back the sea serpent Qi, which was easy to give people the illusion that it was an illusion. As long as Yichen was not careful, there was a high possibility that he would fail miserably. The intelligence of this monster was not inferior to that of humans. In terms of insidiousness and cunning, most humans were no match for it. Yichen's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with killing intent. This sea serpent must not be left alive, otherwise there would be endless disasters. Die! With a low shout, Yichen threw out a punch and a sword at the same time. Crack! Bang! Like a broken sack, the sea serpent collapsed on the ground, motionless. However, Yichen was afraid that it was not enough, so he continued to attack until the sea serpent was no longer in its beast form. Walking to the corpse of the sea serpent, Yichen reached out his hand and a fist-sized inner pellet was sucked out. The surface of the inner pellet was white, and there was a mist overflowing from it. Just looking at it would easily make people hallucinate. Taking out a slightly larger jade box from his storage ring, Yi-chun put the inner pellet into it. Putting away the jade box, Yi-chun let out a sigh of relief. He looked around, hoping to find some clues. Previously, in the illusion, the sea serpent had described the characteristics of the granddaughter of the elder, so he should have seen her before. He wondered if she was in danger or not. If she was in danger, there was nothing he could do. After all, it had been too long. The sea serpent was not a herbivorous monster. It specialized in sucking human brains. Something was not right. Yi-chun suddenly shook his head. The sea serpent could not speak, so everything that happened in the illusion did not count. But how did it know the characteristics of the granddaughter of the elder? Could it be that those were my own memories? The sea serpent made me hallucinate and said the answers I wanted to know. In other words, no matter who it was, as long as they were in the illusion, there would not be any loopholes in their words, because the questions I wanted to ask have already been answered. With a bitter smile, Yi-chun had to admit defeat to the sea serpent. If it were not for the fact that he had doubts in his heart and his unusually strong soul power, he would have been tricked by the sea serpent. After a careful search and finding no clues, Yi-chun immediately walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the ground was a wasteland full of weeds. The stone bridge was just a fallen boulder. As for the gully, it was real, and below it was a lake. Following the way he came, Yi-chun went down the mountain. After a while, the lost ship appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 people standing there, including a girl in a yellow dress. The girl was beautiful and had a clean temperament. If he was not mistaken, the girl was the granddaughter of the old man, Chu Shining. "Young Hero Yi, my granddaughter has been found." The old man smiled. Yi-chun touched his nose. "That's good." Chu Ming asked, "Nothing happened on your side, right?" "No, nothing happened." Yi-chun did not intend to complicate matters. Anyway, the purpose of the other party was to find Chu Shining, so there was no need to mention the sea serpent. "That's good, let's go back. It's getting late." The old man nodded. The lost ship was abandoned in place. Everyone boarded the ironwood ship and sailed along the route they came from. On the way back, the number of demon beasts did not decrease, but because it was close to evening, it became more dangerous. Fortunately, Yi-chun and Chu Ming protected the ironwood ship and did not let it deviate from the route. When the last ray of sunlight faded, everyone had already returned to Pan-shan Island. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Yi-chun said goodbye to everyone. As for Chu Ming, it was rare for him to come back, so he planned to stay for a few more days. After all, the curse of Pan-shan Island generally occurred between the 2nd and 3rd month. There was no danger in the 1st and 2nd month, and Chu Ming had only been back for a day. On the ancient water lake, the water was sparkling. A person stepped on a tree trunk and rushed forward. In June, the Inner Disciple ranking competition will be held. I wonder what kind of powerful characters will be among the top 10 Inner Disciples. Yi-chun's white robe fluttered in the wind. While looking at the lake's scenery, he was thinking. Chapter 101. Half a day later, Yi-chun came back to the shore. What happened next made him speechless. The owner and the waiter of the ancient water lake had disappeared without a trace. As for his and Chu Ming's horses, of course, they were gone too. Both of them were riding on dark brown horses. Each horse was worth more than 60,000 silvers, which added up to 120,000 silvers, which was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. If they didn't want to live an ordinary life, they could buy a small manor, become a master, and have 3 wives and 4 concubines and countless maids. In short, if there were no disasters in this life, they could have everything. I hope you guys are always lucky and don't run into me again. Yichen didn't care about a dark brown horse, but he hated people who took advantage of others. If he ran into them, he wouldn't mind sending them to jail for the rest of their lives. With a flash, Yichen flew away on foot. In the ancient spring town, in the Flower Fairy restaurant, the owner of the restaurant was a beautiful young woman who was not even 25 years old. Her husband was a famous sword artist in the surrounding area, and she herself was a late condensing reality realm warrior who was known as the Flower Fairy. Ever since she started running the restaurant, her business had been booming, and she was not any less famous than her husband. On the second floor of the restaurant, a lot of martial artists were sitting there, drinking and chatting. From time to time, they would flirt with the lady boss. "Lady boss, your husband hasn't fought for a few years. I wonder how good his sword art is now." Someone used her husband's name to talk to the Flower Fairy. The Flower Fairy said with a faint smile, "I'm not sure about this, but according to him, he can cut the Golden Water River in half with one sword attack." Cut the Golden Water River in half with one sword attack. These martial artists looked at each other. The Golden Water River was a big river near the ancient spring town. The widest part was hundreds of meters, and the narrowest part was also hundreds of meters. Even if he cut the narrowest part with one sword attack, it would still be a big deal. In addition to his powerful sword art, his cultivation was at least at the peak of early clasping Yuan realm, or even mid-clasping Yuan realm. The Flower Fairy took in everyone's expressions and nodded in satisfaction. Ever since she came to the Blossom Immortal restaurant, countless people had drooled over her beauty. If it wasn't for her husband's fame and strength, there would have been people who would have tried to snatch her away. It was necessary to teach them a lesson. You found a good husband. Reaching such a realm at the age of 26 is enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the disciples of the sections. No. As the Flower Fairy spoke, her gaze landed on the seat next to the window. There sat a young man in a white robe. His features were delicate and handsome. At this moment, someone said, "June is almost here. The Sky Cloud Martial School's interdisciple competition is about to begin. To be honest, I would like to go and have a look. I want to see it too. Too bad. No one invited me." Invite you? Dream on. Even some clasping Yuan realm martial artists weren't invited, not to mention you, unless you are a relative of one of the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner elders. That would be quite possible. I'm just saying. By the way, Flower Fairy, has your husband been invited? The Flower Fairy nodded. The invitation letter arrived 10 days ago, but my husband is currently in seclusion, so I don't know if he can make it in time. Her husband's name was Song Qingyun, known as the Blue Cloud Sword Artist. He reached the clasping Yuan realm at the age of 21. His sword art was extremely sharp, and he was quite famous in the Windy Nation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited by the Sky Cloud Martial School to watch the inner disciple competition. TSK, it's a great honor to be invited by the Sky Cloud Martial School. But with the reputation of the Blue Cloud Sword Artist, it's normal for him to be invited. In our area, besides the Blue Cloud Sword Artist, only that old kidnapper and the 5 Mountain Master Pei Zhongli have been invited. Pei Zhongli, isn't that the father of Pei Shaoqing, one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School? Yes, the Pei family is the #1 family within hundreds of miles. And that Pei Shaoqing is also very good. He became an outer disciple at the age of 12, an inner disciple at 13, and now he is only 16, but he is already one of the top 10 inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School, ranked in the top 5. Pei Shaoqing, this kid is indeed very good. But don't be fooled by his friendly attitude. He is not friendly when fighting. He is very cruel. If there are no accidents, this kid has the possibility to be in the top 3. Maybe he can even fight for the first place. Not necessarily. Pei Xiaoqing's good friend Ghost Sword Li Kuang should not be underestimated either. I heard that he had obtained a low-rank Earth Realm sword art 2 years ago. Even if he had only comprehended 60 to 70% of it, it would still be enough for him to look down on the others. Ghost Sword Li Kuang. The ears of the teenager in the white robe twitched slightly. He could clearly hear everyone's conversation. He did not care much about Pei Xiaoqing, but he was interested in Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He had heard of this person before. He had a unique understanding of sword arts since he was young. His sword art was unpredictable. It was completely different from the normal sword arts. Therefore, he had never practiced the sword arts of the Sky Cloud Martial School until one day, when he accidentally obtained the inheritance of a deceased senior and learned a low-rank Earth Realm sword art, 9 ghost shadow swords. With this sword art, his reputation skyrocketed, and he earned the title of Ghost Sword in the martial world. He could be considered as the #1 sword artist among the top 10 inner disciples. The handsome teenager was Yi Chun. After he lost his dark brown horse, his speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. He could travel more than 3,000 miles in a day, and this was because he was afraid that he would lose too much Xinqi, so he would rest for a while. The ancient spring town happened to be on his route, so he came to the Flower Fairy restaurant to rest. I have already touched the edge of the sword in tent, but unfortunately, the lone peak of 13 swords is not that high-ranked, so I am still at a disadvantage. I wonder what kind of rewards I will get from the inner disciple ranking competition. Yi Chen's strongest sword art was still the Tyrant fist. Although the lone peak of 13 swords had the advantage of sword chi, it was still not as good as the Ghost Sword Li Kuang. As for Pei Xiaoqing, it seemed that he was more famous than the Ghost Sword, but Yi Chen was more interested in people who use swords. The Ghost Sword is nothing. Among the top 10 inner disciples, who can compete with the Blood Shadow Sword Meng Chong. He is the only disciple in the Sky Cloud Martial School who has completed the 1,000 kill. Even the core disciples could not do it. I am afraid that this year he will not only be the #1 inner disciple, but he will also challenge the other core disciples. With his sword art, it should not be a problem for him to be in the top 15. That's true. Meng Chong's status as the #1 inner disciple is undeniable. The others can only compete for the 2nd to 10th place. Maybe there will be even more outstanding inner disciples who will compete with the top 10 inner disciples. It will be very intense. I will go find my brother-in-law tomorrow and ask for an invitation. He has a good relationship with one of the inner elders of the Sky Cloud Martial School, so there should be a chance. My cousin's teacher used to be in the Sky Cloud Martial School. I wonder if he can bring me. Everyone's heart was itching for an invitation. They could not wait to have an invitation right in front of them. At this time, Yi Chen had already finished his lunch. He threw down a silver ingot that weighed 10 silvers, stood up and walked through the crowd, heading downstairs. A Jianghu man accidentally saw the cloud pattern on Yi Chen's sleeve and said in a low voice, "I did not expect there to be an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School here. What a mistake." There were a lot of people in the Jiang who wore white robes. Plus, Yi Chen had been traveling day and night for the past few days, so his robes were covered with dust. It did not look that eye-catching, so it did not attract much attention. Now that someone mentioned it, everyone realized that Yi Chen was indeed an inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The Flower Fairy secretly smiled. She had already known about Yi Chen's identity, but seeing that he was only at the mid-condensing reality realm, she was afraid that it would not be possible for him to compete for the top 10 inner disciples. Of course, whether it was possible or not, she would find out when she went with her husband. She hoped that her husband would come out soon. Chapter 102. Being on the road for a couple of days was not without its benefits. At least, Yichen felt that his Zhenqi had become a lot purer and easier to use. Of course, people who did not have a strong enough soul power would not be able to notice the subtle changes. After returning to the floating cloud palace, Yichen walked to the ranking wall. There was basically no change in the ranking this month. The ranking was still the same. As for why, it was very simple. Everyone was focused on the competition that was going to start in June. There was no need to work so hard right now. It would be more suitable to wait until the competition to amaze the world. Looking at the bottom, Yichen smiled. He was ranked last, and the few people who were in the same batch as him were all in the top row. All right, I should take advantage of this competition to become one of the top 10 inner disciples so that I won't have to challenge other people in the future. Yichen did not really care about the ranking in front of him. In the competition, everything was fair. You would not get any special treatment just because you had a high ranking. But right now, the most important thing for him was training. The mid-condensing reality realm was too low. He had to at least reach the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Then, he would not have to be afraid of anyone among the inner disciples. At night, Yichen sat down to cultivate. In the morning, Yichen sat on the cliff, training his sword intent. At noon, Yichen would go to the pool under the waterfall to train his body. As the days passed, it was getting closer and closer to June. Deep in the mountains behind the Windy Mountain, next to the Rock Mountain, a burly young man with a height of 2 meters and a naked upper body stood there. His eyes were like lightning, and his muscles were bulging. His terrifying aura was even stronger than a beast of the same level. Anyone who was stared at by him would feel as if they were facing an ancient beast, and they would tremble in fear. Roar! The muscular young man opened his mouth and roared. The muscles on his upper body shook like a mountain. His bones also made a sound like a bow being pulled, as if dozens of people were shooting arrows at the same time. The ground cracked under his stomp. The muscular young man opened his arms and slammed into the rock mountain. Rumble! The 20 meters tall, 6 to 7 meters thick rock mountain was broken into pieces. Huge rocks that were as tall as a human flew in all directions. His face did not even blush. The muscular young man mumbled to himself, "The competition is about to start. I, Xiao Yi, will not be willing to be ranked below others. I will definitely fight for the first place. Once I become the #1 inner disciple, I will challenge Su Jing and see who is the strongest in the Sky Cloud Martial School." There were 36 mountains in the Sky Cloud Martial School, which were specially prepared for the inner masters to train. There were 36 mountains in the Sky Cloud Martial School. The white-robed elder said to the youth beside him, "Li Yun, as soon as you were promoted to an inner disciple, you became my disciple. In these 3 years, you have never gone out to do any missions or participate in the ranking competition. You have been concentrating on your cultivation, but this time you must participate in the ranking competition. Otherwise, the sect leader and the other elders will think that I am delaying you and not giving you enough opportunities to train." The young man's expression was grave and stern as he said, "Master, don't worry. I will let others know that even if I have never been in Jianghu, I can still defeat other disciples." The white-robed elder shook his head. "Don't look down on others. Although your strength is enough to be in the top 5 of the inner disciples, it is still a bit dangerous to fight for the top 3. As far as I know, Ghost Sword Li Kuang and Pei Xiaoqing both have the strength to be in the top 3. As for that Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, his fighting strength is so strong that even I, as an inner elder, am a bit surprised. I'm afraid you are still not his match." The cold-looking youth said, "Master, didn't you tell me that if I want to fight, I should fight for first place? Otherwise, everything else is meaningless. Hee, that's what I've said. Then do your best to fight for the first place. If I'm not mistaken, your biggest opponent will be the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong, and your second opponent will be the Ghost Sword, Li Kuang. His sword art is unpredictable, unlike the Sky Cloud Martial School. You must be careful when you meet him. Don't lose to him in sword art. In terms of sword art, I will not lose to anyone. The white-robed elder nodded. Not to mention other things, in terms of sword art, there were not many people in the Sky Cloud Martial School who could compete with his disciple. After all, after 3 years of hard work, the young man already had his own style of sword art. If he was given time, he might not lose to the #1 disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrance Sword, Zhu Mei. All right, 3 months of closed-door training. Let me see your current strength. Ding! The sword came out of the scabbard, and the cold-looking youth waved his sword towards the sea of clouds. Silently, 13 sword marks appeared in the sea of clouds. Each sword mark was the same length, and there was almost no difference between them. It was as if they were all copies of the same sword mark. The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with a surprised look. 14 sword lights. I can't believe that your sword light has reached the highest level. If someone was here, they would definitely be confused. There were 13 sword marks in the sea of clouds. Why were there 14 sword lights? Black Dragon River, Sunflower Water, tributary. In the last 3 months, a new small gang was established here, called the Sunflower Water Stronghold. The Sunflower Water Stronghold had 3 leaders, all of whom were at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Among them, the head leader had already touched the edge of the clasping Yuan realm, and would only need 1 or 2 months to become a clasping Yuan realm warrior. In addition, the Sunflower Water Stronghold also had 7 or 8 late condensing reality realm warriors, more than 20 mid-condensing reality realm warriors, and 40 to 50 early condensing reality realm warriors. As for the mortal realm warriors, they were basically cannon fodder, and there were also hundreds of them. The outer gate of the Sunflower Water Stronghold was split in half with a bang, and an arrogant and wild young man walked in with big steps. People of the Sunflower Water Stronghold, come out and die. Whoosh! There were at least 100 Stronghold members surrounding the young man, and then there were dozens of elite Stronghold members, all of whom were condensing reality realm warriors. Looking for death, you dare to accept the mission to destroy my Sunflower Water Stronghold. Kill him. With a command, the tall and sturdy young man was immediately drowned in the sea of people, and his figure could not be seen. Ha 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 ha, all of you die? The blood-red blade light crisscrossed in the sea of people, and everywhere it went, there would be dozens of people's bodies cut open and blood splattered everywhere. There was simply no one who could withstand a single attack. No, not even a single attack, because even the condensing reality realm elite stronghold members could not block half of the power of the tall and sturdy young man's blade. How can he be so terrifying? Who is he? I know. He is the Sky Cloud Martial School's Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong. Run quickly! Someone saw something from the tall and sturdy young man's blade art, and his face was full of fear. Slaughter the common people. Die for me! The tall and sturdy young man laughed arrogantly, and the murderous intent in his laughter soared into the sky. Soon after, a mournful and terrifying blood-red blade light flashed, and every time the blade fell, there would be at least 10 people dead, and the ground would be cut open with a hideous blade mark. Blood flowed like a river, and the people of the Sunflower Water Stronghold were almost all killed. At this moment, another 3 people rushed over. They were the 3 leaders of the Sunflower Water Stronghold. The 3rd leader's weapon was a pair of Xian flower axes, the 2nd leader's weapon was the eyebrow staff, and the head leader's weapon was a tiger-headed blade, which was the most powerful. the tall and sturdy young man rushed out from the corpses and slashed at the three people. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The three peak condensing reality realm warriors were instantly dismembered by this blade, and the blood-red blade light pierced through their bodies, and a huge gap appeared in the main hall of the Sunflower Water stronghold. So weak, so boring. The tall and sturdy young man shook his head and turned to leave. The moon-white robe on his body was not stained with a trace of blood. Chapter 103. There was a huge rock in the pool under the waterfall. Yichen sat down with his legs crossed, with the hidden cloud sword and its sheath on his knees. He had entered into a mysterious and ethereal state. The rumbling sound of the waterfall did not affect Yichen at all. In his perception, the world was no longer the same. The sound had completely disappeared, and the waterfall was falling slower and slower. In the end, the waterfall even started to move slowly. From time to time, a few water droplets would fly out of the waterfall. Under the sunlight, the water droplets would shine with a colorful light, like the brightest crystal. When he sensed that the waterfall had completely stopped, he opened his cold eyes. He pulled out his sword and waved it. All of his movements were done in one go, without any hesitation. Without a sound, the waterfall on the other side split into two and fell down in two, unable to connect with each other. Boom, boom. Two loud booms came out, and the water splashed everywhere. I'm still half a step away from the sword intent. Unfortunately, this half step is the most difficult, and it will take a long time to train. Just now, Yichen had almost grasped the existence of the sword intent. Unfortunately, it was still a bit mysterious, and could only be counted as the half-step sword intent. There was still a slight gap between it and the real sword intent. As he let out a breath, Yichen slowly stood up. His body shook slightly, and the half-step sword intent immediately disappeared, making it hard for others to notice. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Yichen went back the way he came. Outside the yard, Wu Zongming saw Yichen coming back. He smiled and said, "It's not easy to find you." Yichen said, "There are only 3 days left until the inner disciple ranking competition. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible." "You're not planning to become one of the top 10 inner disciples, are you? More or less?" Wu Zongming's eyes widened. Really? The top 10 inner disciples are almost as powerful as core disciples. Some of them are even qualified to become core disciples. Most importantly, almost all of them are at the late condensing reality realm, and they have the power to kill normal warriors at the same level as them. The top 10 inner disciples were the most elite group of the inner disciples. Each of them had a combination of talent, perception, and willpower. They might not be as good as the core disciples, but as long as they were given enough time, who knew how far they could go? So for the sect, the top 10 inner disciples and the core disciples were equally important, and they would not be ignored just because of a temporary gap in strength. Yichen shook his head and said with a smile, "When did you lose your ambition? Aren't you just one of the top 10 inner court disciples? I heard that every year a few people would be eliminated and new faces would appear." Wu Zongming opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. He felt that he was indeed a bit lacking in ambition. When Yichen was still at Mortal Realm Stage 6, he dared to fight against Zhang Haoren, who was at the peak of Mortal Realm Stage 10. Now that he was already at the mid-condensing reality realm, why couldn't he replace the others and become one of the top 10 inner disciples? Not necessarily. You are right. I used to be the number 1 outer disciple, so I didn't feel too much pressure. But after I became an inner disciple, I was surrounded by the best of the best. With my talent and power, it was nothing at all. That's why I had been hiding my true thoughts and planned to move up step by step. I didn't have to be so aggressive. Now that you have said it, I finally understand why the gap between me and Zhongharen has been increasing. It is because I have lost my courage and determination and started to become an ordinary inner disciple. If Wu Zongming had not been with Yi Chun, he would not have realized this. But he had seen the changes in Yi Chun, and he felt that it was not a coincidence that Yi Chun could succeed, and it was worth thinking about. The joy of reaching the mid-condensing reality realm after taking the Zhen Qi pellet had disappeared. Wu Zongming sighed. What a sudden awakening! I thought that the Zhen Qi pellet would be able to shorten the gap between us. But now, it seems that the gap is getting bigger and bigger. At least, I am not as determined as you. Yi Chun opened the door and invited him in. He said while walking, actually, talent is just like a stepping stone. It can give you a higher starting point than others. But if you want to keep improving, talent alone is not enough. You need to understand your own path and walk your own path. Wu Zongming forced a smile. The path and the path are still too far for me. I really don't know what level you have reached. Oh, right. Why did you want to see me? Yi Chun asked. Wu Zongming patted his head. I almost forgot. The ranking competition will be held in 3 days. We need to go and draw lots now. Draw lots now? Yeah, except for the top 10 inner disciples. Everyone else has to draw lots and register their names. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to do it on the day of the competition. That's true. Let's go together then. On the way, Yi Chun learned that the inner disciple ranking competition was divided into 10 groups, and each group had about 50 people. In each group, there would be one of the top 10 inner disciples, which was equivalent to a seeded contestant. The group competition would have 10 rounds, and the top 3 would have the right to go to the finals to compete for this year's top 10 inner disciple title. The others would be ranked according to the number of battles they had won. On the martial field, a big lottery box was placed there. There were 2 registrars next to it. Right now, there were already a lot of inner disciples drawing lots. Damn, so unlucky. How did I end up in Ghost Swordly Kwang's group? You call that unlucky? My group is Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong. Who can beat him? I have no choice but to give up if I meet him. Yi Chun was confused. He stood at the back of the line. Soon it was his turn. He reached his hand into the lottery box and took out a thin wooden card. On it was written, Group 7, number 28, Group Seated Contestant, Feng Ping. On the side, the registrar wrote down Yi Chun's name and the number of his group. After drawing lots, the 2 left the crowd. Wu Zongming asked, Which group are you in? Who is the seated contestant? Group 5. The seated contestant is Feng Ping. Flying Wind Feng Ping. Wu Zongming was dazed for a second and said, He is ranked 6th among the top 10 inner disciples. His light body technique is ridiculously good. It is said that he can fly in the wind as if he is weightless. He is one of the more difficult ones to deal with. Luckily, it was not me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to touch his clothes. Ridiculously good light body technique. Yi Chun was interested. To him, light body technique was also one of his advantages. He wondered how it would compare with Flying Wind Feng Ping. As for Wu Zongming, he was in Group 3. The seated contestant was called Xiao Yi. He was ranked 3rd among the top 10 inner disciples. He was even higher than Pei Xiaoqing and Ghost Swordly Kwang. He was a dual cultivator. His defense and attack were terrifyingly high. After leaving the martial field, the 2 went their separate ways. The 3rd day, on the night before the ranking competition, Yi Chun had finally reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. His Zhen Qi was more than 30% stronger than before. At the same time, his pure Jun Zhen Qi had also reached the peak of the 7th stage. His chi swords were almost solid. They were even more powerful than the sword light. Now, everything was ready. He just had to wait for the ranking competition to start the next day. Chapter 104. Dong, dong, dong. Early in the morning, the sound of a bell came from the martial field of the windy mountain, wave after wave, spreading out for dozens of miles. On the mountain road, people from all over the world had gathered. Among these people, there were leaders of small martial institutions, leaders of big families, head guards of escort agencies, leaders of gangs, business leaders, city leaders of nearby cities, and some famous martial artists. Leader Lu, you are here too. Of course I am. The Sky Cloud Martial School is the biggest martial institution within tens of thousands of miles. Our small martial institutions cannot compete with them at all. So this time, I brought a few of my best disciples to watch the battles, hoping to inspire them. I also brought 2 young martial artists from the business to show them what true geniuses are, so they don't get into trouble everywhere. Same here. These people did not usually interact with each other, but they still knew each other. They walked together in groups of 3 to 5, talking and laughing. At this time, it was obvious who had more power and who was more powerful, because only the powerful ones could make others surround them, not the other way around. In the inner disciple area, Yichen casually closed the door of his courtyard and started to walk towards the noisy martial plaza. So many people. Arriving at the martial field, Yichen was a little surprised. Last year, because he was beaten by Wang Gang, he was bedridden for a month and missed the opportunity to watch the ranking competition. He had never seen such a spectacular scene of tens of thousands of people gathered in one place. There were 10 huge platforms in the martial field. Each of them was round and 3 meters tall, and combined with the other platforms to form a flower pattern, it was very beautiful. The 10 platforms were surrounded by a circle of VIP seats, and above the VIP seats were the audience seats. From afar, the entire martial field looked like an iron pot. The bottom of the iron pot was the battle site, and the 4 sides of the iron pot were the seats for the audience. Yichen, over here. In the open space between the platform and the VIP seats, a large group of inner disciples stood there. Wu Zongming waved at Yichen. With a gust of wind under his feet, he walked over. Wu Zongming was slightly excited as he said, "Group 3 and Group 7's platforms are one after the other. Let's just stay here. But I'm a little nervous now. Look, the people in the VIP seats are all important people. Even your father is here." Yichen followed his gaze and saw his father, Yi Tianhao, and his mother, Shun Yuqing, in the VIP seats. Yi Tianhao and Shun Yuqing smiled at Yichen. Their eyes were filled with expectation and pride. They had never thought that Yichen would be able to join the Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition. Even if he could join, he would be at the bottom. But now it was different. They already knew that Yichen had reached the mid-condensing reality realm, plus his talent in martial arts. He should be able to get into the top 200. Yichen gave them a reassuring look before withdrawing his gaze. At this time, the inner court disciples were basically all here, only the top 10 inner court disciples were still missing. Suddenly, the outer sect disciples in the spectator stands burst into cheers that soared to the sky. The top 10 inner disciples are here. The one in the middle should be Blood Shadow Blade, Brother Meng Chong, right? Next to Brother Meng Chong is Iron Fan Brother I Ching, Brother Xiao Yi, Sister Zhou Ruo, and Brother Pei Xiaoqing. So powerful. Just like the others, the inner disciples who had arrived earlier all looked at the 10 people at the wide entrance. These 10 people were the top 10 inner disciples. Some of them were arrogant and overflowing with killing intent. Some of them were 2 meters tall and looked like ancient demonic beasts. Some of them had a smile on their faces and looked calm. Some of them had a face like a peach blossom and had a lithe body. Some of them were expressionless and had cold eyes. As the 10 of them walked together, an indistinct, earth-shaking aura spread out, attracting the attention of the important figures in the VIP seats. So powerful, just the aura alone is enough to overwhelm people. Wu Zongming gasped. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He didn't feel anything. He looked around and found that most of the people had lost their confidence and unnaturally looked away. Of course, there were also a small number of people who had excited expressions in their eyes. As long as he could beat them, they would be able to become the top 10 inner disciples. What was the purpose of a man's life? Wasn't it just for pride? Who did not want to be powerful and be admired by others? And the top 10 inner disciples were the best starting point. Because the platforms were in different directions, the top 10 inner disciples all spread out. On Yi Chen's side, there was flying in the wind Feng Ping, Madman Xiao Yi, and also Zhou Ruo, who was also one of the top 10 inner disciples. There was a total of 3 people. They were 3 steps away from each other, not too far away, but not too close either. I don't think there are any powerful inner disciples on our side. Feng Ping looked around and said to Xiao Yi and Zhou Ruo. Xiao Yi's long hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked extremely wild. They are still too young. In the past 5 years, the most unpopular one was only 3 disciples who got kicked out of the ranking. Normally, it would be good if 2 disciples got kicked out. Feng Ping looked away from Yi Chen and the others. He did not pay too much attention to them. After all, without reaching the late condensing reality realm, there was basically no way one could get into the top 10. In the past 5 years, there was only one core disciple, Su Jing, that freak. Even the hidden fragrance sword, Zhu Mei, got the title of top 10 inner disciples when she was only at the late condensing reality realm, and then became a core disciple. Zhou Ruo, whose face was like a peach blossom, said lightly, "Don't be too careless. You might fail miserably. The Sky Cloud Martial School might have a second sister, Su Jing." Wu Zongming said to Yi Chen in a low voice, "You didn't see the ranking competition 2 years ago. Sister Su Jing won all the battles with her mid-condensing reality realm cultivation and became the top 10 inner disciples. When she becomes a core disciple, then Brother Meng Chong, the Blood Shadow Blade, will have the chance to be the top 10 inner disciples." Yi Chen nodded. He had never seen the full extent of Su Jing's power. Even in the Northwest Plain, she did not use all of her power. It was hard to imagine how powerful she really was. The top 10 inner disciples were not easy to deal with. Each of them had the power to kill warriors at the same level as them within seconds. It would be very difficult, almost impossible, to beat them. Wu Zongming changed his tone and said, "But Brother Meng Chong, the Blood Shadow Blade, was not that powerful the year before. It was only last year that he started to show his power, and no one could stop him. Some people said that he was already in the top 10 of the core disciples, and only after the ranking competition he would be able to challenge the core disciples." While the two were talking, the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School flew onto the platform in the center. Clearing his throat, the head elder raised his voice and said, "Everyone, welcome to the annual Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Disciple Ranking Competition. This year's ranking competition is the same as the previous years. There will be 10 groups, and each group will have a seeded contestant with a number of 0. They will participate in the group competition after 5 rounds, and all the previous rounds will be considered as wins. The competition will be done by drawing lots randomly. The 2 people whose numbers are drawn will have to fight on the platform to determine the winner. Also, the competition will be based on a point system. You will get 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 for a loss. The top 3 in the group will have the right to compete in the finals for the top 10 inner disciples. Let's cut to the chase. The ranking competition officially begins. As soon as the head elder finished speaking, the entire martial field became noisy again, and the sound waves reached the sky. Nodding with satisfaction, the head elder flashed back to the Sky Cloud Martial School's elder seats. Next to the platform, the deacons had already started to draw lots. The first group, number 3 against number 9. The second group, number 5 against number 23. The third group, hearing the head elder, all the inner disciples walked onto their respective platforms and started to fight with their opponents. Chapter 105. Coincidentally, Wu Zongming's opponent in the first battle of Group 3 was also at the mid-condensing reality realm, just like him. Burning Fist. On the stage, Wu Zongming yelled. He jumped up and threw a punch at his opponent. Boom! Hot sparks flew everywhere. The inner disciple was pushed back a couple of steps. After gaining the upper hand, with only one move, Wu Zongming did not stop there. He performed his top-rank mortal realm skill, Flame Desolate Fist, to its limit. Dozens of fiery fist shadows spread out like a peacock's tail, causing his opponent to have no chance to fight back. After getting off the stage, Wu Zongming said casually, "Not bad. The first opponent is not that strong. It's only the first round. Don't show too much of your power." Yi Chen reminded his opponent, "I know, don't worry. A battle would usually end in the time it takes for a fifth of an incense stick to burn. Rarely would two people be at the same level, and it would be hard to tell who would win." Some groups' battles ended quickly, and the second battle of the first round had already started. Group 7, number 8 against number 28. Wu Zongming said, "Yi Chen, it's your turn." "Yeah." Yi Chen nodded and jumped onto the stage of Group 7. The peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, my luck is not bad. Yi Chen's opponent was a teenager with straight eyebrows. He was holding a huge, ringed blade. The blade was surrounded by a yellow chi flow. It looked extremely heavy. Yi Chen was speechless. His opponent was also at the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Why was he so lucky? Lose. The teenager with straight eyebrows suddenly rushed forward. The hard rock under his feet suddenly cracked. The huge ringed blade in his hands drew a thick arc in the air, directly attacking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. He casually waved his right hand. His whole arm was so fast that it left no shadow. It easily knocked away his opponent's huge ringed blade. His opponent thought that the blade was in his hand. He was about to attack again. Who? The two were 5 steps away from each other. The teenager with straight eyebrows did not have a blade. He said in frustration, "Where is my blade?" Yi Chen pointed to his left. The teenager with straight eyebrows looked over. His huge ringed blade was stuck on the edge of the stage. It was shaking. He did not have the face to stay on the stage anymore. He pulled out his blade and jumped off the stage with a red face. He hated Yi Chen to death. He made him lose face like this. Unsurprisingly, Yi Chen won one battle. He got 2 points. Then came the second round, the third round, and all the way to the 5th round, where Yi Chen easily defeated his opponents without much effort. His score had reached 10 points. Wu Zongming lost one battle in the 4th round. He got 8 points. On the other side, Zhang Haoren was in the 10th group. He had broken through to the mid-condensing reality realm a while ago, and he had also won 5 battles in a row, gaining 10 points. On the other hand, Huang Bingwen, who had battled with Yi Chen before, seemed to have improved. He had only lost 1 out of the 5 battles, and had accumulated 8 points just like Wu Zongming. After the 5 rounds of competition had ended, the Great Elder announced a half-an-hour break, allowing everyone to recover their true chi and physical strength. On the eastern side of the VIP seats, Yi Qianhao smiled at Shen Yuqing and said, "Chenair is doing well. He actually won 5 matches in a row, and it looks like he's having it easy." Shen Yuqing was also very happy. He said, "We were worried for nothing. In the past 6 months, Chener's progress is extraordinary. There's hope for him to enter the top 100. Indeed, let's wait and see. The half-hour break was over, and the competition continued. Unlike the first 5 rounds, the last 5 rounds would have seeded players joining the fray. If you didn't meet them, you could count yourself lucky, but if you did, you could only brace yourself and fight. This time, Wu Zongming was really unlucky. Although he did not run into any seeded contestants, he ran into an inner disciple who was at the late condensing reality realm. After a dozen attacks, he was defeated. Zhang Haoren continued his winning streak, accumulating 12 points. Huang Bingwen lost 1 match, but he still had 8 points. The 7th battle of the 6th round, it was Yi Chen's turn again. Hee, little brat, your winning streak ends here. The one who spoke was a young man with squinted eyes. He was about 17 or 18 years old, which was a bit older than most of the inner disciples. He had accumulated a lot of battle experience over the years and could usually be ranked around 100. Shoo! This time, Yichen took the initiative to attack. He performed his crane shadow steps and disappeared from his opponent's sight. When he saw Yichen again, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The strong fist power had pushed him off the ground and out of the stage. He fell heavily on the ground. The squinted young man could not believe what he had just seen. How is this possible? He defeated me with only 1 attack. How powerful is he? Feng Ping, this disciple is not simple. It seems like he has been hiding his true power. Zhou Ruo glanced at Yi Chun and said to Feng Ping. Feng Ping shook his head and laughed. Compared to the other inner disciples, he is indeed a lot more powerful. But against me, he can only lose. Xiao Yi grinned. Although he is not your opponent, he still has a chance to enter the top 3 in the group. After another round, it was the 9th round. Number 0 versus number 24. It's your turn. Xiao Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, whoosh. A light wind swept across, and Feng Ping's shadow was blown away. When he looked again, he was already on the stage. Such a fast technique. When did he get on the stage? He is indeed the flying in the wind Feng Ping. His movement is almost like the wind, invisible and formless. All the inner disciples looked at each other. Yichen frowned. Although Feng Ping's speed was unbelievably fast, what was really scary was that he could blend in with the wind. Once he combined the two, his qigong would have a qualitative improvement, and it would give people an illusion that they could not understand. Of course, that did not include him. Brother Feng, my name is Gao Liang. Nice to meet you. The square-faced young man knew the difference in power between them, so he said respectfully. Feng Ping nodded. Bring it on. I will not go too far. Hearing him, the square-faced young man's face turned serious. He took out his sword from the scabbard and swung it in the air towards Feng Ping. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sword vibrated in the air, and 4 sword shadows appeared. Each sword shadow was extremely sharp, and they cut the air into pieces. Seeing that the tip of the sword was about to hit Feng Ping, the square-faced young man's face flashed with joy. At this moment, Feng Ping moved, his body leaned back, and kept the same distance from the tip of the sword as he floated backwards. How is this possible? My sword speed is not as fast as his movement technique. After chasing for more than 10 steps, the square-faced young man still could not hit his opponent, and his expression changed drastically. Feng Ping was not interested in playing with his opponent anymore, so he flicked his finger on the tip of the sword. Chin. With a light flick, the square-faced young man could barely hold the sword in his hand. The sword light that he had just condensed was instantly shattered, and his plan to attack through the air had failed. Immediately after, he was kicked in the chest, and blood came out from the corner of his mouth as he flew backwards. Brother Feng is too powerful. Fang Yen has been winning all this time, but he was still defeated so easily. Just how powerful are the top 10 inner disciples? Very powerful. Brother Feng did not even use his full strength. Looks like no one in our group can beat Brother Feng. That number 28 Yi Chun is definitely not Brother Feng's opponent. Chapter 106. Below the stage, Wu Zongming turned his head and said to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, you have to be careful if you run into senior Brother Feng. His qinggong is more than that." "I know, don't worry." Among the people present, Yi Chun could see it more clearly than anyone else. However, in terms of qinggong, he really did not need to be afraid of the other party. In the 7th round, Wu Zongming, Zhang Haoren, and Huang Bingwen all lost. Wu Zongming and Huang Bingwen lost because their strength was limited, so they naturally lost when encountering a strong opponent, while Zhang Haoren lost because he encountered one of the top 10 inner disciples, Ghost Sword Li Kuang. Ghost Sword Li Kuang was indeed worthy of the title of Ghost Sword. With just one sword move, Zhang Haoren was defeated. Seriously speaking, the difference in strength between the two wasn't that big. After all, Zhang Haoren was one of the top geniuses in the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, so it was impossible for him to be defeated in one move. However, he could only blame his bad luck. Ghost Sword Li Kuang's sword art was famous for its unpredictability. As long as one's strength was slightly weaker, it would be very difficult for them to withstand even one move. That sword was like a nightmare. There was no way to block it. Zhang Haoren, who had lost the match, stared at Ghost Sword Li Kuang. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even block a single sword. Ghost Sword Li Kuang turned around and said as he walked down the stage, "One more year." Under the core disciples, senior Brother Li Kuang is the number 1 swordsman. Now that I think about it, I feel that the sword was too terrifying. My eyes couldn't keep up, my senses couldn't keep up, and even my intuition couldn't keep up. It was clearly very fast, but it gave people the illusion that it was very slow. If it were me, I would probably go crazy immediately. Senior Brother Li Kuang is powerful, but look over there. An inner disciple pointed at a platform where 2 people were fighting. The others discussed among themselves. It's one of the top 10 inner disciples, ranked 9th, Dual Spear, Dong Haohua, Senior Brother Dong. Who is his opponent? I've never seen him before. Me too. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Is there such a person among the inner disciples? On a platform, the cold young man was expressionless. He placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword, pulled it out, and slashed. Chi! 6 sword lights floated over and covered Dong Haohua's entire body. Dong Haohua smiled confidently. He brandished the 2 spears that were 5 feet long. The spear shadows that filled the air easily shattered the sword light and rushed towards his opponent. Suddenly, Dong Haohua stood rooted to the ground. He lowered his head and saw that the clothes on his chest had been torn open, and a faint trace of blood was seeping out. "I lost. What's your name?" Dong Haohua knew that if his opponent hadn't been merciful, this sword would have taken his life. However, he didn't understand. He had clearly destroyed 6 sword shadows, so how could he still be hit? It was like seeing a ghost. "Li Yun." With these 2 words, the cold-looking youth walked down the stage. He defeated senior Brother Dong Haohua, who is ranked 9th with 1 sword strike. This is unbelievable. When did such a terrifying figure appear among the inner sect disciples? Even senior Brother Dong was defeated in 1 move. This Li Yun should be able to compete with senior Brother Li Kuang. I wonder whose sword art is better. Not far away, Ghost Sword Li Kuang squinted his eyes and stared at Li Yun's back. Finally, one of the top 10 inner disciples had been defeated. A lot of people who were not powerful enough did not have much hope for themselves, but they hoped to see a second or even a third. Before the first wave had even subsided, Another wave had risen. On the 8th platform, another person had defeated the 10th-ranked inner disciple, Ironleg Song Fei. Although Song Fei was only ranked 10th, that was because his fighting style was too tough. If he fought head-on, his ranking would still be higher. On the other hand, Song Fei's opponent also specialized in leg techniques. He only threw out 3 kicks. The first kick scattered Song Fei's leg shadows, the second kick shattered Song Fei's protective Junqi, and the third kick landed lightly on Song Fei's chest, leaving a footprint. Song Fei's kick was so light that it seemed natural. If it was just that, it would not have caused such a sensation. The inner disciple who had defeated Song Fei was called Typhoon. He was 19 years old this year, and he was one of the oldest disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Everyone knew that he was hardworking, but his talent was average. However, after watching his battle this time, he gave people the feeling that he was a master. It was as if he had changed from a moth to a butterfly. This kid is a late bloomer. On the elder seats, an elder sighed. A few elders on the side nodded. Diligence can make up for one's lack of talent. Moreover, when he is extremely diligent, he will be able to understand many things that others cannot. This kid needs to be trained. Hee. It is not that I have never seen late bloomers before, but this time it is more shocking than any of the previous ones. It is like he has been reborn. Wu Zongming asked Yichen, "Yichen, what did you see? Why do I feel that those 3 kicks were ordinary, but the strange thing is that senior brother Song Fei could not block them?" Yichen slowly let out a breath. "That is power." "Power?" Wu Zongming did not understand. Yichen explained, "The so-called power is very mysterious, and words cannot describe it. To put it simply, he has understood the power of nature, and has integrated this power into his kick art. Therefore, although it looks ordinary, it is unstoppable. After all, in front of the power of nature, human strength is too small." Wu Zongming did not really understand. As the competition went on, the higher the score, the lower the score. So far, Yichen had 18 points, tied with Feng Zhongfei and Feng Ping for first place. Finally, it was the last round of the competition, the 10th round. The first round, number 0 against number 28. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, the inner disciples on Yichen's side became excited. In the previous 9 rounds, they could already see that Yichen was very powerful. After all, in the 10 groups, there were very few people who could win 9 rounds in a row. Besides the 8-seeded contestants, there were only a few others who could do so. Originally, if Yichen did not run into Feng Ping, he might be able to win 10 rounds in a row and tie with Feng Ping for first place. But now it was probably impossible. Under everyone's disbelief, Yichen walked onto the stage. On the other side, Feng Ping said casually, "You are not bad." "You are not bad either." What Yichen said shocked everyone else. Brother Feng Ping's power is only not bad. Are you kidding me? You can't be so arrogant. Hee, being too arrogant is not good. Let me test your bottom line. Feng Ping recognized Yichen's power, but he did not think that Yichen could beat him. His body flashed, and he disappeared, as if he had merged with the wind. Yichen did not change his expression. He waved his fist to the left, and the fist power and finger power clashed together, making a horrifying explosion sound. However, after that, Feng Ping's attacks became even fiercer. Finger power after finger power shrouded Yichen from all directions, and he still did not show himself. In terms of movement techniques, I have never been afraid of anyone. As he spoke, Yichen's body disappeared as well. Finger power after finger power turned the stage into a hornet's nest. Pa, bang, chi. On the stage, only fist shadows and finger power could be seen fighting, because the two's bodies were too fast, and because it was too strange. Only a trace of shadow could be seen. This is too fucking strange. How can we watch this? I did not expect this Yi Chun to be so powerful. He was obviously hiding his power before. Someone could not help but say, Brother Feng Ping did not use his real power, right? Chapter 107. Feng Ping did not hear the discussions below the stage. He was completely shocked. Among the inner disciples, there was actually someone who did not lose to him in terms of Qinggong. It's urgent, Feng Ping pointed out with his finger. The air was filled with finger light. The finger light tore through the air, and the sound was endless. Puff, 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 puff. Yi Chen's body was instantly pierced through and scattered. It turned out that it was just an afterimage. Your Qinggong is just SOSO. Yi Chen's voice came from behind Feng Ping. Feng Ping was furious. His body was like a tornado, spinning violently. Countless finger light beams shot out in all directions. Some of them even pierced through the stone pillars at the edge of the stage. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp, his body flashed, shuttling through the countless finger light beams. They were not shot at the same time. There were always some in front, and some behind, some fast, and some slow. With his powerful body control and speed, Yi Chen was able to sneak in and out of Feng Ping's space. He managed to get within 5 steps of Feng Ping. How is this possible? How can we not hit him like this? Including Xiao Yi and Zhou Ruo. All the inner disciples below the stage were stunned. Their mouths were slightly open. Those with good eyesight knew that it was impossible to dodge all the finger light beams with just speed. After all, the difference between each finger light beam was very small, so small that it could be ignored. Plus, these finger light beams were not arranged in any order. There was no way to find a pattern in order to pass through them. One's eyesight, heart power, stamina, speed, reflexes, and the ability to see the big picture all had to be at a high level. On the elder seats, the head elder had a smile on his face. This disciple is not bad. There are not many people who can beat Feng Ping in Qinggong. The second elder nodded. Feng Ping's movement skill is not to be underestimated, but he is still not as experienced as his opponent. He is also not as skilled. Ha! There are 3 disciples with potential. It is our Sky Cloud Martial School's fortune. The third elder could not help but laugh out loud. On the stage, Yi Chun threw out a punch, blowing away Feng Ping without hesitation. Yi Chun wins. The deacon who drew the lots was startled. He shouted out loud. Yi Chun was not too pleased with himself. His body slid, and he instantly landed beside Wu Zongming. Wu Zongming's blood was boiling as he watched. He said excitedly, "That's great. Even senior brother Feng Ping's Qinggong can't match up to yours." He is still unable to comprehend the true essence of the wind. He only has the speed of the wind. Wind was formless and formless. If Feng Ping could comprehend it, Yi Chen's Qinggong would naturally not be able to catch up to him. Feng Ping walked down the stage in a daze. Losing to someone else in Qinggong was a huge blow to him. After all, he was full of confidence earlier and thought that he could easily defeat Yi Chen. The 10th round of the competition ended. The deacon who drew lots reported the score. Group 7, first place Yi Chen, 20 points. Second place Feng Ping, 18 points. Third place, the top 3 teams in the group stage would qualify for the finals. Feng Ping was not eliminated. Soon, the top 3 of the other groups were also announced. Wu Zongming lost too many matches and was disqualified from the finals. Zhang Haoren only lost 1 match and was ranked 2nd. As for Li Yun and Tai Feng, they were both ranked 1st in their groups. No matter how exciting the competition was, they still needed to eat. It was already noon. The first elder stood up and announced that the finals would begin in the afternoon. In the Sky Cloud Martial School's Inner Disciples Cafeteria. I can't believe there are 3 powerful inner disciples this year. Li Yun, Tai Feng, and Yi Chun. Li Yun's sword art is too powerful. I still can't figure out how he defeated senior brother Dong, Haohua. Tai Feng is not bad either. He defeated senior brother Song Fei with just 3 kicks, steady as a mountain. What do you guys think other than his Qigong? What do you think about Yi Chen? Maybe his Qigong is good, but to beat him, one must be in the top 6 of the top 10 inner disciples. Yeah, no matter how good his Qigong is, if he does not have enough attack power, he will not be able to defeat senior brother Li Kuang and the others. Yeah, other than Feng Ping, Dong Haohua, and Song Fei, the other 7 haven't revealed their full strength. They haven't even revealed 70% of their strength. It'll be very difficult to win against them. We can't be too weak in every aspect. Don't say any more. I will be so excited that I can't eat anymore. I really want to see the finals at that time. The top 10 inner disciples will definitely go all out. It will be the peak of the inner disciples. In the afternoon, the martial arts plaza was boiling again. It was several times more lively than in the morning. On the central platform, the first elder raised his voice and said, "The finals will be divided into the elimination round and the ranking round. The elimination round will eliminate 20 people, leaving only 10, and the ranking round will decide the ranking of this year's top 10 inner disciples." Below, Yi Chen heard it clearly. The elimination round had a total of 10 rounds, divided into 3 platforms, but each platform did not have a fixed number of people. In other words, whoever was drawn would go up, and it was possible to choose which platform to go up. After the 10 rounds, the top 10 disciples would become this year's top 10 inner disciples. After becoming one of the top 10 inner disciples, there was still the ranking round, which was the most complicated. It needed a lot of rounds, so let's not talk about it for now. Now, the finals officially begin. The first elder gathered his zhenqi and raised his voice. Boom! The spectator stands were filled with cheers. Everyone was supporting the inner disciple they liked. The first platform, Song Fei against Jiang Hao. The second platform, Li Yun against Wu Yuan. The third platform, Meng Chong against Feng Ping. There was no suspense in the battles between the first and second platform, but the third platform was more interesting. After all, this was the battle between the top 10 inner disciples. It immediately caused a tsunami of cheers. 6 people went up on the platform. Unsurprisingly, Song Fei and Li Yun easily defeated their opponents and got 2 points. The battle on the third platform had not yet started. Feng Ping looked at Meng Chong. Seriously, as one of the top 10 inner disciples, there were 2 people he did not want to meet the most. One was the ghost sword Li Kuang, and the other was the blood shadow blade Meng Chong. The ghost sword Li Kuang's sword art was unpredictable. It was impossible to defend against. If one's strength was slightly weaker, there was almost no way they could pose a threat to him. But Meng Chong was even more terrifying. He had an overwhelming advantage in all aspects. It was almost impossible to meet him. However, Feng Ping still wanted to walk past Meng Chong's blade. No matter what, he was still one of the top 10 inner disciples. If he was defeated by someone with 1 blade, he would lose face. Meng Chong grinned and said, "Feng Ping, are you thinking about how to walk past my blade? Give up on that idea. Your strength is too far away from mine." Meng Chong walked towards Feng Ping step by step. His right hand was placed on the blade's hilt. Dodge! Feng Ping's scalp went numb. He quickly dashed to the side. His body instantly disappeared. You can't escape. Almost no one saw how Meng Chong used his blade. They only saw the blood-red blade light flash past. The next moment, Feng Ping's figure appeared. There was a long and narrow blade mark on his chest, extending all the way to his waist. Ha ha! After laughing a few times, Meng Chong turned around and walked down the platform. Chapter 108. So powerful! So powerful! Even Brother Feng Ping could not take 1 attack from him. Although senior Brother Feng Ping lost to Yi Chen, his movement art is still one of the best among the inner disciples. But he couldn't even dodge a single blade attack from senior Brother Meng Chong. The gap between them is huge. This year, Brother Meng Chong is even more powerful than last year. Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Yi Chen frowned slightly. The blood shadow blade, Meng Chong, was indeed very powerful. His blade art was very simple. It was fast, accurate, and brutal. There was nothing fancy about it. But in his hands, it was able to bring out the power that even gods and ghosts would have to run away from. When fighting against him, if one's technique was not at a certain level, one should not try to use techniques. Otherwise, one would die a horrible death. The second Meng Chong got off the stage. The top 10 inner disciples all looked at him with fear. The skinny iron fan I Ching forced a smile. I thought I could catch up with him this year, but it seems like I have been left behind. Next to him, Song Fei was surprised. I Ching, you were ranked second last year. What's the point of being ranked second? The gap is too big. He has already reached the top of the core disciples. Top of the core disciples. Song Fei gasped. He knew very well how powerful the top-ranked core disciples were. Although they were all at the late condensing reality realm, or even the peak of the late condensing reality realm, the slightly more powerful core disciples could easily beat him with only one attack. Not to mention the top-ranked core disciples. They were the top of the top-ranked core disciples. The fourth battle was Yi Chen's turn. His opponent was called Yang Lai. Once he got on the stage, Yang Lai backed off as far as he could. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Yi Chun. He was afraid that Yi Chun would suddenly disappear in front of him. Yi Chun shook his head and forced a smile. He stood still. When he was 30 steps away, Yang Lai stopped backing off. He held his long blade with both of his hands and threw out 3 blade lights towards Yi Chen's position. Yi Chen moved his body slightly and skillfully dodged the blade lights. He stomped his feet on the ground and released his hidden power. Explode. Boom. The stage under Yang Lai's feet exploded. His body was thrown high into the air and fell off the stage. This was out of everyone's expectations. They had thought that Yi Chen would defeat his opponent with speed. They hadn't expected this to happen. The 5th match was against Zhang Haoran. Although he lost to Ghost Sword Li Kuang, his strength was still very strong. In less than 10 moves, he defeated his opponent and gained 2 points. There was no suspense in the 6th, 7th, and 8th matches. It was just pure abuse, not interesting at all. The 9th battle, Pei Shaoqing versus Typhon. Buzz. As soon as the lot-drawing deacon's voice fell, the crowd finally boiled over. Pei Shaoqing was ranked above Ghost Sword Li Kuang in the previous tournament. He had a friendly attitude and seemed to be easy to get along with. Only those who knew him knew that he was like a demon when he made a move. Even Li Kuang was afraid of this friend of his. Typhon was the representative of late bloomers. He had defeated Song Fei, who was famous for his leg techniques, in 3 kicks. He had the demeanor of a master and was as steady as a mountain. The 2 of them could be said to be at loggerheads. If they didn't fight, it would be hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Typhon, you have to show mercy later. Pei Shaoqing said with a smile. Typhon replied honestly, okay. Nobody knew why, but when they saw Tai Feng's expression, everyone wanted to laugh, a knowing smile. This person was not hateful at all. They only admired him, admired his hard work, admired his perseverance, and even more admired his simple and honest grandmaster-like bearing. Hearing this, Pei Shaoqing's smile disappeared, and his heart tightened. His intuition told him that Typhon was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to win, he would have to use 120% of his strength. Unknowingly, Pei Shaoqing's palms had turned purple like a demon. He shouted loudly and pounced towards Typhon with a palm strike. Woo, 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 woo. The air was torn apart, emitting a mournful sound. Some of the nearby inner disciples' faces turned pale with fright. Tai Feng's expression was still simple, but when he moved, everyone knew that he was not easy to deal with. The pressure from the aura had no effect on him at all. His body slightly tilted and his right leg raised. With just two simple movements, Tai Feng's aura changed. A powerful aura gathered and integrated into his body. Break. With a single kick, Pei Shaoqing's palm power was disintegrated. The huge impact forced him to stop his momentum. However, as one of the top 10 inner disciples in the last inner disciple competition, Pei Shaoqing naturally still had energy to spare. His body circled around Tai Feng and suddenly launched a second wave of attack. Demons appear all over the mountains and plains. Woo, woo, woo. Roar, roar, roar. The purple and cyan palm wind was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and covering the earth as it moved towards Tai Feng. If it was someone else, they would have broken their mind before the fight even started. This time Tai Feng is in danger. Brother Pei Shaoqing is not Song Fei after all. How could he be so easy to deal with? I wonder how many moves Tai Feng can take. Yi Chen had a different opinion from the others. After Tai Feng's first kick, his aura had already gathered, and the one in danger was Pei Shaoqing. Just as expected, facing the sky full of cyan palm wind, Tai Feng put his tongue under his chin and let out a loud shout. His shout was like thunder, causing the air to ripple like water. One kick moves the wind and clouds, sweeping the world. Standing in the middle of the platform, Tai Feng's aura was limitless as he kicked out. This kick caused a strong wind to descend on the martial arts plaza. Accompanied by the majestic power of the kick, it went towards the cyan palm wind. Pop! Pop! The sound of thunder came out. The whole platform was in chaos. People could not look directly at it. The next moment, a figure was sent flying backward, spurting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. It was Pei Shaoqing. Unbelievable. Tai Feng won. How many kicks did Tai Feng use? Did you guys see it? It looks like it has 5 legs, but also 9 legs. Why did I only see the shadows of his kicks? Yi Chen smiled lightly. This Tai Feng was very powerful, and there were not many people who could beat him. Judging from the current situation, only the blood shadow blade Meng Chong had the power to suppress him. But of course, in a battle between warriors, anything could happen, and the more powerful one might not necessarily win. The elders in the elder seating area looked at each other and smiled. The late bloomer Tai Feng was even more outstanding than they had imagined. That move just now was simply too brilliant. The wind stopped, and Tai Feng, who was on the platform, smiled and walked down the platform. Everyone could only feel speechless towards this, and they wondered if he was really simple and honest, or if he was pretending to be. Then, the competition continued. There were no strong fights like before. The next few matches were all won by overwhelming margins, without any suspense. However, in the last match of the first round, I Ching, the Iron Fan, made everyone happy. He waved his fan, and countless shadows of his fan danced like dancing butterflies. His opponent did not dare to fight anymore, and immediately surrendered. Chapter 109. The second round of the competition was a bit speechless. Out of the 15 battles, 11 of them ended very quickly. Almost all of them were the top-ranked disciples beating the bottom-ranked disciples. Yi Chen's battle was not included in these 11 battles, but it was not that far off. His opponent was Dong Haohua, who was not weak at all. Unfortunately, it was Yi Chun who had beaten him within 3 to 4 attacks before he had even shown his real power. There were 2 exciting battles in the third round. The first was a duel between the only 2 female disciples among the top 10 inner disciples of the previous term. The other was Xiao Yi against Li Yun. The 2 female disciples were Peach Hand, Zhou Rua, and Rainbow Sword, Qiu Ruodong. Zhou Rua was ranked 4th. She was very strong. Her slender hands looked like they had no bones, but after being touched by her, Qiu Ruodong, who was ranked 8th, immediately vomited blood and retreated, losing the battle. Xiao Yi and Li Yun's battle was too intense. One of them was ranked third among the top 10 inner disciples last time. The other one was a new rising star. Both of them did not give in to each other. They were fighting fiercely. Even the platform was almost destroyed by them. Xiao Ye's defense and attacking power were very scary. Normal sword light could not break through his Zhenqi protection. One punch could explode the air in front of him, making Li Yun unable to get close to him. As for Li Yun, although he was a new rising star, he was not any weaker than Xiao Yi. He was evenly matched with the third-ranked Xiao Yi. His sword light splitting martial technique was perfect. The hidden sword light made Xiao Yi even more scared. In the end, the head elder thought that it was too long, so he called it a draw. There were also exciting battles in the 4th and 5th round. The outer disciples who were watching were very excited. Their blood was boiling. The 6th round, the 3rd battle, Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong against Iron Fan I Ching. Last year's 1st and 2nd ranked disciples are finally fighting. I wonder who is stronger. You idiot! It must be senior brother Meng Chong. The battle has not even started. How do you know senior brother I Ching's fan art is so amazing? How could he lose? The one who supported I Ching was a female inner disciple. The people beside her rolled their eyes, thinking, another love-struck fool. On the stage, I Ching opened his iron fan and smiled at Meng Chong. Last year when I fought with you, I was able to last more than 10 rounds. I'm afraid I won't be able to last this year. Meng Chong said, there is no need to belittle yourself. Do you think that I will let down my guard against you? He. I Ching laughed. Come on, I know you definitely have some ultimate moves, and there's an 80% chance you're going to use them against me. Meng Chong still had his eyes on I Ching. His opponent had already fused his techniques and actual combat to perfection. He looked beautiful, but not flashy. It would be impossible to defeat him with a single slash. Step by step, Meng Chong walked toward I Ching. Just as he was about to take his 10th step, I Ching moved. In fact, he had no choice but to move. Otherwise, once his opponent found the most suitable place to attack, there would be no room for him to turn things around. The iron fan fluttered up and down, creating a series of illusory fan shadows that flew towards Meng Chong without any pattern. It was as if a large bag filled with butterflies had been accidentally opened, and all the butterflies had flown out. Break! Meng Chong lowered his body and charged forward, slashing down with his saber. Puchi! This saber strike grabbed the weakest point of the countless fan shadows, breaking through them. The blood-red saber gleam easily slashed towards I Ching at an unbelievable speed. This is what a fast saber should be like. Once it moves, it's amazing. I wonder what level that North Snow Quicksaber Lynch has reached. Seeing Meng Chong's saber art, Yi Chen couldn't help but think of Lynch, who he had met in the Northwest Auction House. Both of them were famous for their fast saber arts. If Meng Chong was already this powerful, then that Lynch would be even more powerful. Shaking his head, Yi Chen knew that he had to work harder. Above Lynch, there were still young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, and above him there was the top young warrior of the Windy Nation, young Master Emerald. Clang! The blood-red saber light was blocked by the iron fan. I Ching's body was knocked back by the impact. Good, since you can take my first saber attack, you can definitely take my second and third. Meng Chong was excited. The blood-red saber light crisscrossed in the air, covering I Ching like a huge net. I Ching tried his best to protect his body with the iron fan. But even so, that horrifying saber light still numbed his entire body and made his blood boil. The 7th saber attack. This saber attack was launched last, but it was faster than the previous few saber lights and cut open I Ching's hairband. I Ching's long black hair danced in the air as he put away his iron fan. I still can't beat you. Just now, he had already used his ace attacks. However, under Meng Chong's saber light, those ace attacks were not as good as his normal attacks. He understood that this was because his ace attacks were not perfect yet. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Meng Chong to find the flaws in his attacks. However, everything has its pros and cons. After this battle, it would be easier for him to find the flaws in his attacks. Meng Chong laughed and said, "Being able to force me to use the seventh saber attack is already very good." Beside Yi Chun, Wu Zongming sighed and said, "I wonder who can beat Brother Meng Chong?" After saying this, he glanced at Yi Chun. Yi Chun gave him a mysterious feeling. Even now, he still did not know Yi Chen's real power. Maybe there was a chance. Of course, Wu Zongming was not sure. Let's keep watching. Yi Chen did not make any assumptions. Soon, the sixth round ended. Until now, there were only 5 people who had an undefeated record. They were Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong, Peach Blossom Hand Zhou Ruo, Ghost Sword Li Kuang, Taifeng, and Yi Chen. Although Madman Xiao Yi and Li Yun did not lose, they had a draw after all. They had lost 1 point. After the 7th round, there was one less person who had an undefeated record. It was Peach Blossom Hand Zhou Ruo. He was unlucky and met Iron Fan I Ching. After exchanging hundreds of moves, he was defeated by I Ching. Although he lost, his power still made the crowd fear him. In the crowd's anticipation, the 8th round began. The first 3 rounds could barely be considered exciting. When it came to the 4th round, the crowd burst into cheers. The contestants on the stage were Yi Chun and Ghost Sword Li Kuang. If it were in the morning, the crowd would definitely not be cheering like this. However, Yi Chun had been winning all the time, and his popularity had skyrocketed. He had gained a lot of supporters, including some of the inner disciples. On the VIP seats, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's breathing almost stopped. It was not an exaggeration to say that this year's Sky Cloud Martial School's inner disciple ranking competition was one of the most thrilling events in their lives. Every time Yi Chen stepped onto the stage, they would be on tenterhooks for a while, afraid to see Yi Chen fail. Although Yi Chen's results had already made them very satisfied, who wouldn't want their children to do better? Fortunately, up until now, they had seen Yi Chen win again and again, and it seemed to be quite easy. But now it was different. Yi Chen's opponent was the mysterious Ghost Sword Li Kuang. Whether he could win or not was still unknown. Chapter 110. I'm afraid Brother Yi Chen is in danger. Senior Brother Meng Chong and Senior Brother Li Kuang have always been able to restrain people with powerful movement techniques. Senior Brother Feng Ping had been defeated by the 2 of them. Unknowingly, everyone had added the word Senior Brother behind Yi Chen's name. Yes, let's see if Brother Yi Chen can block Brother Li Kuang's first sword. If he can block the first sword, then he can block the second and third sword. Ghost Sword Li Kuang's sword art was unpredictable. As long as one's strength was slightly weaker, it would be difficult to block his sword. Only when one's strength surpassed the opponent's could one win. On the platform, Li Kuang's eyes were cold. His back was straight like a great sword. 30 steps away from him, Yi Chen looked indifferent and calm. I only need 1 sword to defeat an ordinary person. You are quite strong. You should be able to force me to use my 3rd sword. Li Kuang looked at Yi Chen and said coldly. Yi Chen said, "Really? I advise you to go all out." "Do you think you can force me to go all out with your strength?" Li Kuang's eyes became colder. The 2 stood 30 steps away from each other. One's eyes were cold, while the other looked calm. Everyone's breathing stopped as they stared at the stage without blinking. Buzz! The storage ring emitted a faint light, and the hidden cloud sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. He said lightly, "If you don't go all out, you won't have any chance of winning." Most of the people were stunned. What? Brother Yi Chen uses a sword just like brother Li Kuang. This is amazing. Brother Yi Chen didn't take the previous battles seriously at all. A battle between two great swordsmen. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Yi Chen suddenly took out his sword. It was a huge shock to the spectators. After all, they knew that without a swordsman's battle power would be greatly reduced. Only with a sword in hand could a swordsman unleash his full strength. On the elder seats, a few elders nodded and laughed. Interesting. With the hidden cloud sword in his hand, Yi Chen's aura changed. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, capable of penetrating people's hearts. A sharp aura was emitted from his body. Li Kuang was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect Yi Chen to be a swordsman. He couldn't be blamed for not seeing through it. It was because he hid it too well. Under normal circumstances, a swordsman with some achievements would have some qualities of the sword, such as sharpness, coldness, and so on. However, Yi Chen's temperament had nothing to do with these. It looked very ordinary. Of course, he didn't know that Yi Chen had already trained his qi hiding spell to a very high level. Not only could he hide his cultivation level, he could also hide his aura, making it hard for people to see through him. Not to mention Li Kuang, even a clasping Yuan realm sword artist might not be able to see through him. Since you are also a swordsman, that's for the best. Defeating a swordsman is undoubtedly more interesting. I hope you can last longer. Li Kuang's slender right hand was placed on the hilt of his sword. Waves of true qi were injected into the sword, ready to deal a fatal blow at any time. Shoo! Li Kuang moved. His whole body was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed, rushing towards Yi Chen at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two had shortened to 5 steps. Ecstasy! Only then did Li Kuang pull out his sword. Once the sword was out of the sheath, the twisted black sword light seemed slow but was actually fast. It seemed to move from top to bottom, like a nightmare, making people unable to tell where the opponent was going to attack. Zhang Haoren's face turned pale. He was defeated by this sword. The pain of not being able to use his power and not knowing what to do was still fresh in his memory. Clang! Under the nervous and excited gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen also made his move. The angle of the sword was unimaginable. It was like an antelope's horn, a divine stroke. Not only that, Yi Chen's sword light was very thin. It was the kind of thin that was condensed to the extreme. It was even sharper. Clang! Li Kuang's first sword was blocked, but he didn't care. He was about to make his second sword to suppress his opponent. But what surprised him was that Yi Chen took the initiative to counterattack. Peak of perfection. The lone peak of 13 swords was only a top-rank mortal realm sword art, but in the hands of Yi Chen, it was extremely powerful. A stunning sword light pierced through the air and went straight for Li Kuang's chest. Li Kuang took a step back and slashed out with his black long sword, trying to take back the initiative. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp. He twisted his wrist, and the sword light exploded in a very small area, layer upon layer, spreading out towards Li Kuang. What? The incoming sword light gave Li Kuang the feeling of a huge mountain, one after another, attacking his mind. At this moment, Li Kuang stopped underestimating Yi Chen. His body rose from the ground and slashed down. Kacha! 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 When the two sword lights collided, the platform was cut into pieces, and the hard stone pillars at the edge of the platform were cut off. This series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. Many people didn't even see how the two exchanged blows. It was so fast that it was terrifying. Such a thrilling battle. Every sword is so dangerous. There is no time to react at all. Senior brother Yi Chen is indeed powerful. He easily blocked Li Kuang's first sword and even took the initiative to counterattack. On the other side, Pei Shaoqing and Qiu Ruotong stood together. Qiu Ruotong said, Your friend is in danger. Pei Xiaoqing smiled confidently. Don't underestimate Li Kuang. In the past year, his sword arts have been improving rapidly, and if I'm not wrong, he has already mastered the 7th sword of the 9 Ghost Shadow Sword. That sword is enough to defeat 3 Yi Chens, and now he has only used 3 sword moves. But I feel that Yi Chen is also not using his full power. Li Kuang's figure floated back and lightly landed on the ground. He solemnly looked at the distant Yi Chen. I admit that you're qualified to make me go all out. However, it's still impossible for you to defeat me. I'll let you see my true strength now. Li Kuang took a step forward as a sharp qi flow burst out from his body, pouncing toward Yi Chen with an earth-shattering force. At the same time, the black sword light became extremely frightening, turning the formless qi flow into a dense black color, covering the existence of the sword light. 10,000 ghost soul devour. This time, Li Kuang did not hold back. He knew that the 4th, 5th, and even 6th sword attacks would not be able to do anything to Yi Chen. Only the 7th sword attack would have the confidence to defeat Yi Chen without any resistance. The black airflow swept over along with the sword light, but Yi Chen wasn't afraid. He slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were like 2 sword lights tearing through the void. Break! When Yi Chen waved his sword, all the nearby inner disciples who used swords were frightened. For no reason. The swords on their waists trembled, wanting to fly out of their sheaths and merge with Yi Chen's sword aura. No matter how they tried to suppress it, they couldn't stabilize it. Many big shots on the VIP seats exclaimed, "Sword intent! It's actually sword intent! How is this possible?" Chapter 111. In the Windy Nation, only the leader of the North Snow Martial Academy, Shui Warren, had comprehended the blade intent. As for whether there were other hidden figures, no one knew. Just like the blade intent, the sword intent was also very hard to comprehend. At least until now, no one in the Windy Nation had ever comprehended the sword intent. Among the younger generation, there were only a few people who had a chance. The head disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Hidden Fragrance Sword Zhu Mei, was one of them. However, no one had expected that in an inner disciple ranking competition, there would be a nobody who had comprehended the sword intent that all the sword artists dreamed of. How shocking was that? No, he hasn't comprehended the real sword intent yet. It can only be counted as half-step sword intent. On the VIP seats, a cyan-clothed man said slowly. Next to him, a beautiful young lady in a pink dress looked confused. Half-step sword intent. The cyan-clothed man explained, I have seen a sword artist who had comprehended the sword intent in the Rudra Nation. That kind of power that could cut through the void was still fresh in my memory. After I came back, I made up my mind that I must comprehend my own sword intent. However, in the past few years, I have only comprehended a little bit of it, but my cultivation has been improving at an amazing speed. The beautiful young lady suddenly understood. No wonder her husband's cultivation was getting more and more profound. It was because he was stimulated by something. However, her husband couldn't comprehend the sword intent no matter how hard he tried, but a 15 or 16-year-old boy had done it. She had to admit that sometimes a few days of effort from a genius was equivalent to a few years of effort from others. The beautiful young lady was the owner of the Flower Fairy restaurant in the ancient spring town, Flower Fairy. Next to her was her husband, the blue cloud sword artist, Shun Lang. Rumble. While the two were talking, a storm was already brewing on the platform. The half-step sword intent was about 3 to 4 meters long. It sliced through the black qi flow, and the horrifying black sword light like cutting a piece of tofu. Then, the sword qi, which was only 2/3 smaller, still had some power left on the ground and flashed past Li Kuang's side. In the next second, the rock wall in front of the VIP seats had become soft and stone powder was falling down. Li Kuang stood on the spot in a daze. Just now, he felt the presence of death. If it wasn't for the opponent being merciful and deliberately deviating from the attack's trajectory, that sword chi would have definitely cut him in half and turned him into a blood mist with no bones left. Puff! Suddenly, Li Kuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the sword chi hadn't hurt him, the half-step sword intent contained within it had made his blood boil. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but he felt much better. Yi Chen is victorious. The administrator, who drew lots, recovered from his shock and announced loudly, sheathing the hidden cloud sword. Yi Chen turned around and walked away. In the elder seating area, the head elder let out a long breath and said, although it's only a half-step sword intent, and it's still uncertain whether he can comprehend the real sword intent or not, the success rate is still 10 times or even 100 times higher than the others. He has already comprehended the half-step sword intent at such a young age. His potential is limitless. In the future, he will definitely become one of the 4 pillars of our Sky Cloud Martial School. However, we still need to observe him carefully and test his loyalty. Of course. On the other hand, Yi Tianhao and Shun Yuqing were overjoyed. The Duanmu family had a young master Duanmu, and their Yi family had a genius who had comprehended the half-step sword intent. In the future, they would definitely be able to catch up with the Duanmu family or even surpass the Duanmu family and become the leader of the top 8 families. The others also sighed in their hearts. After today's fight, Yi Chen had become quite famous. Within a couple of days, his name would spread across the entire Windy Nation. Some people were happy, but some people were hiding their evil intentions. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face, who was wearing a navy blue robe, looked down with a hint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. He thought to himself, this kid can't be allowed to live. Otherwise, when he grows up, the Sky Cloud Martial School will surpass the Purple Sun Martial School, and even the North Snow Martial Academy and the Emerald Martial Palace. He is a dangerous person. If anyone knew what the middle-aged man was thinking, they would be very surprised, because this man was not a member of the martial school. Instead, he was a solitary martial artist named Zhu Liang. He had been famous for decades and was now at the peak of the early clasping Yuan realm. However, if the leader of the Purple Sun Martial School knew about this, he would not be surprised. Zhu Liang had been the intelligence elder of the Purple Sun Martial School since a long time ago and was responsible for collecting all kinds of information in the martial world. At the same time, when the Purple Sun Martial School was inconvenient to deal with, he would take care of it. In the past, Zhu Liang had killed a lot of talented martial artists and had killed those who could pose a threat to the Purple Sun Martial School. Yi Chen, you are so dead. Zhu Liang sneered in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. The fight continued, but in the eyes of the audience, the exciting fight had become boring. Not far away, Song Fei glanced at Yi Chen and said to Yi Qing, it seems that in this year's Wind Cloud Martial School, only he can compete with Meng Chong. Yi Qing said, the sword chi combined with the half-step sword intent is indeed very powerful, but it is still hard to say if he wants to win against Meng Chong. Of course, both of them are already at the top of the core disciples. The top 10 inner disciples competition is not that important to them. Plus, the Sky Cloud Martial School is just the Sky Cloud Martial School. There are still the other top 4 martial institutions, and outside of the Windy Nation, there are many more powerful martial institutions. Therefore, you have to look at the bigger picture. Being powerful for a short period of time does not mean anything. Song Fei sighed. Yeah, the top young martial artist of our Windy Nation, the young Master Emerald, is only ranked 68th in the Hidden Dragon rank. Who knows how many geniuses will appear in the next Hidden Dragon rank? The 8th round of the competition soon finished. There were 3 people who had a perfect winning record. They were the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong, Typhon, and Yi Chen. There were 5 people who had a perfect winning record. The 9th round, the 9th battle, the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong, against the crazy man Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi grinned and said, "Meng Chong, this time you are going to lose your first place. It is only the half-step sword intent. The true spirit continent is not dominated by warriors who have mastered the sword intent and blade intent. I, Meng Chong, do not need to master the blade intent to win against anyone." Meng Chong did not care if Yi Chen had mastered the half-step sword intent or not. For him, all he wanted to do was to win against his opponents again and again, to push his blade to its limit. After he finished talking, Meng Chong's aura became even more intense. What a good Meng Chong! He did not fall for my provocation at all. Xiao Yi was planning to use Yi Chen to attack Meng Chong and distract him, but it did not work at all. Instead, it increased Meng Chong's aura. However, Meng Chong was right. Learning the sword intent was indeed a way to become powerful. However, there were so many ways to become powerful, and the sword art was only one of them. Plus, Yi Chen's foundation was still not that deep, and his cultivation was also one level lower than theirs, so there was no need for him to be afraid. If that is the case, let's fight! Xiao Yi yelled. He threw out a punch with a thunder-like chi. "Break for me!" Meng Chong started running. The long blade in his hand had already been out of its scabbard. The blood-red blade light sliced towards Xiao Yi along with the chi. Dang! Xiao Yi was indeed worthy of being ranked 3rd in the last Hidden Dragon competition. His power was not weaker than I Ching's, and he was even better at fighting head-on. With only one punch, he had shattered the weakened blade light. The second blade, the blood-red blade light, shot up into the sky. It even changed the color of the air. Xiao Yi did not back out. Instead, he drew a half-circle with both of his hands. A millstone-sized ball of chi gathered in front of his chest and clashed with the blade light. Boom! The power spread out in all directions. Xiao Yi backed out 3 steps. A little bit of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Off the stage, Yi Chen thought to himself, Xiao Yi is even more powerful than the ghost sword Li Kuang, but he could only barely block Meng Chong's second blade attack. It would be really hard to win against him. The saber lights were like crescent moons, and they formed a blood-red wheel that was more than 10 meters tall. The rotating blade, aura, will slice the air into pieces, rolling towards Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi laughed. He did not retreat. He raised his 2 gigantic Zhenqi arms and welcomed the attack. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 true energy arms raised their fists and punched the blood-red Dharma wheel again and again. Instantly, red and green energy splattered in all directions, creating a very beautiful scene. Break! Meng Chong's body appeared in the blood-red Dharma wheel. His right arm suddenly emitted a ball of blood-red light. The light went into a saber, and he waved it. Swoosh! The green Zhenqi arm on Xiao Ye's right shoulder was cut off. It flew more than 10 meters away. It turned into pure Yuan Qi and merged with the air. One of senior brother Xiao Ye's Zhenqi arm was cut off. Someone shouted. The others did not have time to talk. They were afraid that they would miss something interesting. Xiao Ye's face turned pale. The Zhenqi arm was formed by his Zhenqi. It consumed a lot of Zhenqi. Now that one of it was cut off, the total amount of Zhenqi was reduced by 1/3. His blood was boiling. I'll cut off your other arm. Meng Chong did not stop. He flipped his saber and slashed towards the green Zhenqi arm on Xiao Ye's left shoulder. Clang! It was as if the saber had slashed onto a well-tempered steel. It created a lot of colorful sparks. If one looked closely, they would realize that the saber had only cut through half of it. It could not cut through. Xiao Yi forcefully suppressed his boiling qi and blood and Jin qi. Both of his arms gathered in the air and pushed out a ball of Jin qi bullet that was glowing with a green light. Meng Chong's saber was stuck on the green Jin qi arm. He could not pull it out. Seeing the Jin qi bullet flying towards his chest, he knew that he could not hold back anymore. He opened his mouth and let out a thunderous shout. Meng Chong clenched his left hand into a fist. Blood-red lightning shot out from between his fingers, crackling loudly. Swoosh! The Jun Qi bullet was like a punctured balloon. It disappeared into thin air. Yi Chen shook his head. Even this could not do anything to Meng Chong. Xiao Yi was definitely going to lose. But to be able to force Meng Chong to this extent, it was already very commendable. Break! The saber continued to attack. It finally cut off the green Jin Qi arm. But this green Jin Qi arm was very strange. When it was cut off, it immediately exploded into countless of green flames. It grew bigger as it touched the wind. It burned everything. Swoosh, swoosh. Meng Chong saw that the situation was not good. His body flew backwards. The platform he was standing on was instantly burned into a glass-like shape. There was blood coming out of his mouth and nose. But Xiao Yi was not too upset. He said, "I lost." The two Jin Qi arms had consumed 2/3 of his Jin Qi, plus the Jun Qi bullet from before. There was not much Jin Qi left in his body. He could not fight against Meng Chong anymore. Letting out a breath, Meng Chong said, "To be able to force me to this extent, you are the first one." He same to you. You still have a battle with Yi Chen. His half-step sword intent is not that simple either. Let's see how you are going to beat him. After saying that, Xiao Yi jumped off the platform. When this battle was over, the other two platforms had also finished their battles. The remaining two battles were not worth watching. They were all inner disciples with very few points. They would definitely be eliminated. Including Zhang Haoren, it was not easy for him to make it this far. Finally, the last round of battles began. When it was the 7th battle, the heavyweight battle started again. This battle was between Yi Chen and Tai Feng. One of them was a genius sword artist who had comprehended the half-step sword intent, while the other one was the representative of a late bloomer. Up until now, both of them had maintained a perfect winning record. No matter which side won, there would be one less person with perfect winning record, and that person would definitely compete with the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong, for the title of the first inner disciple. Many people were thinking about this in their minds. Who was more powerful between Yi Chen and Tai Feng? Judging from the previous battles, it was really hard to tell. Yi Chen's sword qi was indeed powerful, but Tai Feng's leg art was also not to be underestimated. Pei Shaoqing, who was as powerful as the ghost sword Li Kuang, was an example. Plus, no one knew if he had any more powerful skills. Tai Feng smiled and said to Yi Chen, "Thank you for your guidance." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded. To be honest, he was a bit scared of Tai Feng since he did not have many chances to show his power, so he had to do it himself. Chapter 113. On the stage, the two stood 50 steps away from each other. Perhaps it was because Tai Feng felt that Yi Chen was not easy to deal with. This time, he did not take a passive approach. For the first time, he took the initiative. He slightly lifted his right leg, and a vast force suddenly integrated into his body. Suddenly, the airflow above the square became abnormal, and a fierce wind swept across. On the opposite side, Yi Chen was dressed in a white robe. The hem of his robe was fluttering in the wind like a small boat in a stormy sea. However, when he pulled out the hidden cloud sword halfway, the wind on the square seemed to have been cut into two halves. One half of Tai Feng's side was raging, while the other half of Yi Chen's side was calm. Compared to the huge square, the two of them were so small, like they were floating in the air. However, at this moment, the vast square seemed to be unable to contain the two of them, as if it could collapse at any time. Brother Typhon is going to use that kick again. I wonder how Brother Yi Chen is going to block it. Brother Yi Chen's sword chi is invincible. I'm afraid he can cut through Brother Typhon's attack with just one sword. I bet that Brother Typhon will win 1,000 gold. Do you dare? Why not? I bet that Brother Yi Chen will win 2,000 gold. Me too. Me too. In the spectator seats, some of the outer sect disciples who had different opinions started to gamble with huge sums of money. For them, they could show off their foresight and earn money at the same time. So why not? As for losing, they didn't even think about it. Seeing this scene on the stage, Pei Shaoqing said lightly, "This kick is very powerful. Fighting with it is like fighting against the whole world. It is boundless and endless." So powerful? Qiu Ruodong, who seemed to be very close to Pei Shaoqing, asked in surprise. If it was not so, I would not have lost so easily. There was no way for me to resist at all. Only Meng Chong can break this force. Qiu Ruodong thought that Yi Chen could also do it, but she did not say it out loud. After all, she would find out soon. One kick to move the wind and clouds. A thunderous roar was heard. Typhon slightly leaned his upper body back and threw out a kick. He had turned the power of the world into his own and attacked Yi Chen's half of the body. Pop! The calm aura that Yi Chen had created earlier had been broken, and a ferocious airflow swept over with an even more terrifying aura, causing many inner sanctum disciples to lose their footing, and their hearts were filled with shock. Break! Whoosh! In the void, the pure and bright sword chi flashed and disappeared. The momentum was like a deflated balloon, collapsing on itself. Senior Brother Typhon's momentum has been broken. Senior Brother Yi Chen is indeed powerful. The eyes of the inner disciples who supported Yi Chen lit up. It seems like the half-step sword intent is more powerful. Senior Brother Yi Chen is really a godly person. One sword and one person, he can even cut through the great momentum. On the VIP seats, the Green Sky Swordsman, Shun Lang, said solemnly, "This kid actually possesses the ability to sever the power of nothingness. I'm afraid he's not far from comprehending the true sword intent." Typhon's naive expression disappeared as he stared at Yi Chen with a serious expression. Yi Chen was the first person who had given him endless pressure ever since he had comprehended the general trend. In front of Yi Chen, the so-called general trend could not even withstand a single blow. It seemed like he could only attack with brute force. Changing wind and cloud. Typhon's entire body rose up from the ground. All of the general trend had been infused into his leg power, attacking towards Yi Chen one after another. His body was light and agile, and his leg power was as heavy as a mountain. The airflow around Yi Chen's body surged, and when those countless leg powers landed on him, it seemed like the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. Yi Chen was in the middle of it all, but his expression was calm. Without any hesitation, he waved his hidden cloud sword continuously, and within a blink of an eye, he had thrown out dozens of sword attacks. Each sword attack would shoot out a 3-meter-long thick sword chi. The sword chi was so sharp that it seemed like it was going to tear the space in front of it apart. Swoosh, 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 beams of sword chi shot up into the sky, cleanly cutting through the leg power. It was so sharp that no one could stop it. Typhon's facial expression suddenly changed. Zhen Qi surged out of his body, and his leg power became even stronger. Wave after wave of Zhen Qi collided with the platform's surface, causing the platform to crack and collapse, and the stone pillars to collapse. Many people had started to support Yi Chen on the way because Yi Chen's sword attack had been so brilliant, and it had easily broken Typhon's momentum. Now, seeing Typhon's power, They couldn't help but worry about Yi Chun. No matter how powerful the sword Qi was, it was still limited. And how could it fight against the endless momentum? Break. At this critical moment, Yi Chun didn't hold back anymore. The hidden cloud sword seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually moving very fast. The moment the tip of the sword reached its peak, the half-step sword intent burst out. Clang, 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 caught off guard. The great swords around the inner disciples' waists all flew out of their scabbards and merged with Yi Chen's sword aura. With a sharp aura that was enough to cut through a mountain, the swords rushed towards Tai Feng, who was in the air. Clang! A mountain-cracking sound arose. Tai Feng's leg power was broken, and he was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. What a terrifying sword power! It even took away our swords. In the future, if any sword artist encounters Brother Yi Chen, he or she will be at a disadvantage. The half-step sword intent is too powerful, and the swords won't be under his control. Ji Shuyan came out of the Emerald Martial Palace not long ago, and our Sky Cloud Martial School also has Brother Yi Chen. But unfortunately, none of them can be compared with young Master Emerald. Standing on the ruined platform, Yi Chen waved the hidden cloud sword in his hand. Dozens of swords seemed to be attracted by an invisible force, and they all fell down, neatly inserted into the ground in front of the inner disciples, forming a row. This is mine. And mine. All the inner disciples who used swords walked up and pulled out their own swords. Tai Feng landed on the ground and said in admiration, "That last sword attack was brilliant. I didn't expect the half-step sword intent to be so powerful." Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Your leg power is also very powerful. If it was a little bit more powerful, even I wouldn't be able to defeat you." He, the general trend of Taishu is very mysterious, and I only learned it by chance. I won't be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years, so I can only try to improve my skills. But you have to be careful of Meng Chong. His blade power is too powerful. Even the half-step sword intent seems to be unable to defeat him. Indeed. Yi Chen nodded. In front of absolute power, fancy skills were useless. His current half-step sword intent was a bit flashy and could not be compared to the real sword intent. After Tai Feng's defeat, only Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chong and Yi Chen were left. In the crowd's eyes, the other disciples had no chance to compete for the first place, and the winner could only be one of them. After the 9th round, there were only 6 rounds left in the 10th round. The next 6 rounds were extremely intense. Some of the inner disciples who had a chance to compete for the top 10 were not afraid of the top 10 inner disciples, so they all used their most powerful skills to fight against the top 10 inner disciples. Unfortunately, the gap between their fighting power was too huge. Even if they tried their best, it would be useless. The 10th round had ended. Meng Chong and Yi Chen were tied for the first place with 20 points. Li Yunping had won 1 round, so he had 19 points, ranked 3rd. Yi Qing and Tai Feng had lost 1 round each, so they had 18 points, ranked 4th. Xiao Yi had lost 1 round and drawn 1 round, so he had 17 points, ranked 6th. Zhou Ruo, Pei Xiaoqing, Ghost Sword Li Kuang, and Qiu Ruodong were ranked 6th. There were 3 people who had been eliminated from the ranking. Feng Ping, Dong Haohua, and Song Fei, none of them had more than 15 points. Chapter 114. No matter what, the new top 10 inner disciples had been born, and the previous one had become a thing of the past. This year, the most eye-catching disciples were without a doubt Li Yun, Tai Feng, and Yi Chen. The 3 of them had stood out from hundreds of inner disciples. They had overcome all kinds of obstacles along the way, and each of them had performed their best martial arts. Towards the end, they had even defeated a few of the top 10 inner disciples of the last year. Among the 3, Yi Chen was the most talented one. With only the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm, He had won all his battles without losing a single one. He had also learned the half-step sword intent, which was the dream of every sword artist. His comprehensive ability was the best among the young generation of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he was almost as famous as the core disciples. Of course, becoming one of the top 10 inner disciples was not the end of it. Next was the ranking competition. The ranking competition seemed complicated, but it was actually very simple. That was, the contestants would have to fight against the other 9 disciples one by one. As for those who had already fought against each other, the points would be calculated according to the results. For example, Yi Chun had beaten Feng Ping, Dong Haohua, and Tai Feng, so he had 6 points. He still had to fight against the other 6 disciples, including the Blood Shadow Blade, Meng Chong. For this competition, the leaders of the Sky Cloud Martial School had prepared more than 500 yuan chi pellets. Every disciple who participated in the competition could take one. After taking the yuan chi pellet, not only would they feel energetic, they would also be able to recover from minor injuries. After resting for about half an hour, the head elder saw that all 10 of them were full of energy, so he announced the start of the competition. Yi Chen's first opponent was the rainbow sword Qiu Ruodong, but she gave up. After all, everyone knew how powerful Yi Chen was, so there was no need to waste any more time. The second opponent was Pei Xiaoqing, who also gave up. The third opponent was the Peach Hand, Zhou Ruo. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to fight against you. Zhou Ruo, who had a beautiful face, lightly landed on the stage. Yi Chen nodded and said, "Let's start." Pa! Right from the start, Zhou Ruo used all of her power. The peach-colored Jun Qi around her body burst out, attacking towards Yi Chun like a thunderbolt. It was obviously a big change from her previous casual fighting style. Before the palm power exploded, the stone pillar behind Yi Chun had already been shattered. What a domineering palm energy! A strange look flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly waved his sword, which contained the half-step sword intent. Bang! Under the effect of the half-step sword intent, Yi Chen's attack was incomparably condensed. With only one attack, he had broken through Zhou Ruo's palm power. With a wave of her hand, Zhou Ruo set up a layer of peach red chi barrier in front of her, and her whole body was sent flying. Yi Chen followed up with another slash. Zhou Ruo gritted her teeth. "If this move still can't do anything to you, I'll admit defeat." As she spoke, Zhou Ruo quickly formed a seal with her hands. Wave after wave of true energy frantically gathered in her hands. In the end, it transformed into a pink true energy bird. The bird spread its wings and shot out like a bolt of red lightning, unable to be seen by the naked eye. So fast, I didn't expect senior sister Zhou Ruo to have hidden her trump card as well. The spectating inner disciples exclaimed. Iron Fan I Ching laughed bitterly. His opponent did not use this move when they fought. Of course, he also had his own ultimate move that he had not used. His opponent should know this. The huge Jin Qi bird arrived in a blink of an eye. It was about to hit Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked calm. The others might not be able to see the trajectory of the huge Shun Qi bird, but he could. It was all thanks to his powerful soul power. A silver line flashed through the air. The hidden cloud sword in Yi Chen's hand had pointed at the weakest spot of the huge Shun Qi bird. All of a sudden, the huge Jin Qi bird became extremely unstable. With a popping sound, it disappeared into thin air. Zhou Ruo was shocked by Yi Chen's sword art. The blue bird seal was so fast, but it was still hit by his sword. Furthermore, it was the weakest spot of the bird. What kind of insight and control did he have? With a bitter smile, Zhou Ruo said, "I have to admit, only you can compete with Meng Chong. I lost." The next battle was not Yi Chen's, but Li Yun's. After all, continuous battles would take a lot of energy, and it would have a huge impact on the battle. Plus, Yi Chen's next opponent was Xiao Yi, who would definitely not admit defeat. It would be a tough battle, for sure. Qiu Ruodong knew that she would not be able to compete with any one of the 10 people, but she still admitted defeat. Pei Xiaoqing and Li Yun started fighting. After exchanging dozens of moves, Li Yun executed the ultimate skill of sword light division. 14 sword lights shot out in a row. One of the sword lights had 2 layers of force, one bright and one dark. He managed to defeat Pei Xiaoqing without any mishaps. After that, it was the battle between Taifeng and Yi Qing. The two of them were evenly matched. After hundreds of attacks, there was no clear winner. However, towards the end of the battle, Taifeng, who had the support of his power, was getting more and more powerful. Yi Qing kept performing his ultimate skills, but he still could not make a comeback. He had no choice but to admit defeat. If the battle continued, he would definitely lose. One after another, the battles started and ended. Soon, it was Blood Shadow Blade Meng Chang's turn. His opponent was Li Yun. Li Yun did not waste any time. He attacked immediately. With a wave of his hand, 14 sword lights were shot out. Break. Meng Chang's body moved along with his blade. The blood-red blade light was unstoppable. It easily shattered the incoming sword lights. As for that bright and dark sword light, it was instantly shattered by his fist. Li Yun yelled. Another 3 sword lights were shot out. These 3 sword lights were indeed huge. They almost covered half of the platform. They were flying towards Meng Chong in a triangular formation. Meng Chong did not dare to be careless. The blood-red light shot out from both of his arms and into his long blade. He had broken the incoming sword lights 3 times in a row. After that, he threw a punch at Li Yun's protective Zhenqi layer. Crackle! Blood-red lightning flashed. Li Yun's mouth was bleeding. He was thrown off the platform. Meng Chang's Thunder Fist is getting more and more powerful. Yi Qing thought to himself. Meng Chong got off the platform. Yi Chun and Xiao Yi got on the platform. If you want to challenge Meng Chong, you will have to get past me first. Xiao Yi's upper body bent. A misty green light shone. 2 gigantic Zhenqi arms extended out from his shoulders, one green and one green. The green one was a little illusory. The green one had qi flow rising like a burning flame. Just like a giant, Xiao Yi rushed towards Yi Chun with big steps, throwing out a punch. Tyrannical rampage. Out of everyone's expectation, Yi Chun did not use his sword skill. He made a fist with his left hand and threw out a punch. Puff, 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 puff. Under Xiao Yi's shocked gaze, the blue Zhenqi arm was broken into pieces. It turned into the purest Yuan Qi and disappeared in the air. Lose. Xiao Yi did not back off. He threw out an even more powerful green Zhenqi arm from his left shoulder. He wanted to defeat Yi Chun directly. Yi Chun yelled coldly, dominating one direction. Boom! He threw out a punch with a black light. The qi behind him was sucked into it. It was just like Taifeng's power. It clashed with Xiao Yi's green Zhenqi arm. Thump, thump, thump. Xiao Yi took a few steps back. The green Zhenqi arm was showing signs of collapsing. He was really shocked. The green Zhenqi arm was the evolved version of the blue Zhenqi arm. Its power was more than 50% stronger, but it couldn't even block a punch from his opponent. How was he supposed to fight? The green Zhenqi arm merged with his body. Xiao Yi waved his hand. I'm done. You are the best. Then he turned and walked off the platform.